Welcome one and all here to the Umzansi Esports League. Season 5 will continue here with the finals weekend. It is finally time to crown who is truly the best of the best within the African continent for both FIFA 22 as well as PUBG Mobile. And of course, here on the second day of these finals, we'll be continuing with this hype, continuing to get closer and closer to tomorrow, which is going to be Championship Sunday. My name is Snare, and I'm going to be joined yet again by Aero as well as Tendo Plays. Gentlemen, yesterday was incredible FIFA. We saw, of course, the Beast matchup going very favorably towards Giulio the Beast Bianchi, being able to replicate his success in the league with a stomping here in the playoffs and earning himself the first slot in the grand finals. Of course, today there are some very different competitors being brought to the field in the form of Masoom and Mobizilla. Yesterday, when we were looking at how the Beast Bianchi was playing, he seemed untouchable for real here, Aero. Given this matchup, given that neither of these gentlemen have beaten the Beast Bianchi in quite a while, what do we think of their prospect? No matter who wins, do either of them have what it takes to bring down the Beast once they get into tomorrow's matchup?
Man, it is going to be tough. It is going to be a challenge, but I feel with the competitive players we have on our hands today, they're going to come in as the underdogs, and we always overlook the underdogs when it comes down to the gameplays and so forth. But it's Masoom, it's Mobi. Either player going to the grand finals today would be... It would be a challenge to defeat Beast Bianchi, but we can only expect some of the unique gameplays to come out from Mobi, who has those tactics, and then Masoom, who has been somewhat really good this season, but we did see a better player of Bobo Beast being defeated 7-0 in the second leg, so I don't know what that would mean for Masoom going in if he does in the grand finals.
We obviously have to see how all of that plays out on the pitch itself. And of course, tonight, we don't just have FIFA 22 to bring to you and to entertain you with. We'll be starting with FIFA 22 early on in the day, but the night is going to be a nice and long one. The kind of thing that we generally want here in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming. We start with Masoom versus Mobizilla. We end with PUBG Mobile. But I want to focus on this opening matchup here, Tendo. This matchup is very interesting for three reasons actually for me. Firstly, it's interesting just because of the fact that we've seen Mobizilla be somewhat resurgent. This has been one of his best showings in the Umzansi Esports League. He's looking like he's rediscovered some of that old passion that he used to have for this game, and he wants to carry that as further forward as possible. The second interesting thing is that these two players have obviously met various times in the past. When Mobizilla was still in the Bravado camp, Masoom was one of the new signings at the time, and that relationship is going to be very interesting to see how it plays out on the pitch because they have intricate knowledge of each other. But the third thing, Tendo, and I think the thing that's going to interest you the most, you keep hopping on about how you do not believe we'll get to Season 6 of the Umzansi Esports League without having a double champion. Beast Bianchi is in the grand finals. He has the opportunity to defend his title, and he'll be the first person to do it back-to-back. But Masoom, he won Season 2. So he has the opportunity to not only be one of the people that's going to the grand final again, but he actually has a chance to become the first person to do it twice. So do you think that's going to be giving him a little bit of an edge here in this matchup against Mobizilla?
Creating the storylines we love to see, the new god versus the old god. Oh man, I mean, yesterday I was counting on the Beast Bianchi to win yesterday's game, but to the level that he did it, not so much. Do I look at this matchup and look at Mobi in that same light of where Bobo Beast is at, right? Like you said, he's having a pretty stellar season. Making it this far is a big achievement for him. We haven't seen this light from him in quite some time. Is this where it fizzles out just like it did for Bobo yesterday? I'm not too sure. Is this where Masoom, the Iceman, just keeps on that train of, kind of being unstoppable? Because he almost had a pretty clean run in that regular season, only lost 2 games if I'm not mistaken. And I mean, this is a good time for him to get some wind behind the sail, especially beating Mobi. It's so hard. Yesterday we didn't do predictions, but today I'd actually love for us to do a couple predictions.
I want us to do predictions, but at the same time, we've seen the power of our curses, but let's do it. Yeah. Let's see what we got. Aero, this is a matchup that we've seen in the past Masoom generally have the better of, but lately, Mobizilla has been the one to be able to demonstrate his quality here. What are we getting today, score-wise, between these two gentlemen? Actually, let's make it interesting. You tell me, Aero, what the score is going to be, and Tendo, you tell me just who's going to win, but without knowing the score itself.
Okay, well, on my side of things, we got... No, actually, let Tendo go first. I want to see what he has to say.
I'm definitely like my bones are shaking right now for a Masoom versus Beast Bianchi final because I think that's gonna be the more hype matchup. I think that one, the storyline is great because it's the Beast Bianchi defending that back to back, and then you, like you said, Masoom should try win it twice over everybody else. So either player walking away with a dub there would be quite nice to see. For Moby, I just don't know. I don't know if he has it in him. I think he had a great regular season, but yeah, for me, it's definitely the Iceman right now.
Well,
Okay.
it would have been a very interesting Bravado versus Goliath in the grand finals. But I have to go for the grandfather of FIFA, man. I think Mobizilla is going to win this 4-3 in the total best of 2.
4-3. Okay. I mean, given that the kind of players that we've normally seen these two gentlemen be, they're not the most prolific of scorers, generally speaking.
Yeah.
Usually Mobizilla especially tends to win out his games with 1 or 2 goals at max. I think throughout the season, we saw him once get a game with 4 up, and that represented the highest tally, not just of the season, but that he's ever had in the Umzansi Esports League. Masoom, on the other side, tends to be a much more system-based, focused player, holding and hoarding a lot of the possession, not necessarily being quickly off the mark with the full strike. So I'm feeling like 4-3 probably a very fair representation of what this was going to be like. Another thing we should be discussing, though, and this is something that you brought up yesterday, Aero, is the fact that now that we are towards the latter end of FIFA 22, things are looking very different on the player cards side of things. Yesterday, for example, Sergio Ramos being deployed in the midfield. We saw Marco Rios, which I haven't seen since the last iteration of FIFA, I'm going to be completely honest,
Literally.
actually in a game, right? So going into this one, are we going to be having some other new cards? And if so, is there anybody that's caught your eye that you feel should be included in today's lineups?
That Saint Maximum card of
Oh,
Julio
wow.
Beast Bianchi
Yeah.
was so beautiful. So I feel like Mobizilla potentially could also utilize him. He's always one to have tricks under his sleeve. He does also go with very unique players. So not only just Saint Maximum being the only roster of change, there could literally be another Sergio Ramos coming in from Mobizilla because, like I say, he's always the man who, when we go right, he goes left because there's something there for him. He knows exactly how to utilize the different unique of players. So Masoom, he's like a traditional man. He goes with what is the hype. So your Neymars, etc., your Messis, and your legendary players over there. So I feel like Masoom is going to stay that direction where we're going to get a sort of Moby who's unique, who knows what he's doing over there on his side of things. So there's going to be a huge change of rosters for Mobizilla's team, I believe, and I hope to see that coming in when we do get into the game.
There's
Makes
actually
sense to me.
one card that we're forgetting from yesterday that was
Dembele?
really, really picked up. Griezmann.
Antoine Griezmann. Ooh,
Yeah.
actually, that is a very good shot. We did see an Antoine Griezmann yesterday. We saw Dembele being phenomenal yesterday as well. So a lot of different options, especially given that this is Mobizilla, who likes to experiment with what his team rosters are going to be looking like. Fortunately for us, gentlemen, we don't have to wonder much longer exactly how Masoom and Mobizilla will be shaping up because the game is finally ready, the players are ready, and the second day of the semi-finals is going to be prepared now. Winner of this goes on to verse Julio the Beast Bianchi in Championship Sunday. Who's going to be going? Is it Masoom? Is it Mobizilla? We're going to be finding out with Aero and Tendo. Gentlemen, take it away, and I'll talk to you afterwards.
All right, it's the wind down of the season, and this is a big matchup like we've been building up over here. You've got the grandfather of FIFA in your cards. I've got new god in Masoom, but only time can really tell who will come up on top.
And that time right now with a good build-up play coming up from Masoom, he has found himself with Ronaldo in the box, and that is a good goal. Very early, I'm talking 4 minutes in, no time to commentate on anything else. Masoom with the lead over here from kickoff.
Iceman opens things up, and now Moby has to find an answer response. Will he find it anytime soon? Verratti down in the middle for him today. Tonoli as well. Vlahovic. Quite an interesting lineup, and
Oi!
great shot in from Neymar. And once again, we are seeing Mobi kind of, picking a couple of cards that most people aren't really leaning towards now recently. So that will obviously play into just the whole tempo and pacing of the game.
Exactly. And that is Mobizilla for you. You know, he's always gone in with the unique tactics. Sometimes those tactics have gotten him on the worst side of things. I don't know if you remember at one point we had a match, I think it was against Bobo or one of the two. And wait, we have an opportunity here. Great defending, managing to block the double shot coming out from the striker of Masoom. And Chiellini is trying to keep things composed. Marquinhos as well, now managing to clear that ball, and he is breathing. Got Mendes on the left wing, if I'm not mistaken, over there. So, yeah, Mobizilla has always gone in with these options, the unique form of players. Mendes on the left wing instead of your usual popular players that is there. But let's see exactly what this means. Oh, that was so clean. Neymar in the right position, very open. A huge mistake coming out from Masoom in the defense line right there. Guys, this is a match on our hands. We got a response coming out from Mobizilla. It is 1-1. Things are looking hot as it is.
Quick response as well. Didn't waste much time with it. And we're just biting into the sandwich that's about to be this BO2. And I don't know if I'm ready for it, honestly. I feel like your scoreline prediction might be spot on. It might be very close. We see that 4-3 push over. It might still, go to Masoom. But for now, it's level peggy. Masoom's on the ball, looking to ignite a little bit of fire in his attack. Bellingham finding some space here. Now Mbappe is on it. Maybe an opportunity to find a pass in to R9. Can he weave his way past all this defense? And it really feels like the defense of Mobi is now in a good spot. It's now ready for whatever attacks that Masoom has.
We always call Masoom the Iceman, but to be fair, Mobizilla as well has always stayed quite well in terms of pressure.
Yeah, you're right. He's always been pretty calm, cool, collected under pressure. So, I don't know. Is this the battle where we find out the true Iceman of the Umzansi Esports League? ?
Exactly. Because, he's very technical when it comes to ball possession, taking those shots at the right time. But right here, it does have a build-up play. Unfortunately, it is going to be broken by Masoom. These players are playing very good today. We have a good form of FIFA right here. When it comes down to the passing, the defense as well as just the attack has been great on both ends of the body. A pass all the way back to Alisson. Alisson just making sure to have as much breathing time in order to widen up the formation.
And when we talk about the seriousness of this game, remember... tomorrow's grand finals, the Beast Bianchi is waiting for you.
Ooh. No.
Yeah, man.
Could we reverse back and
just a whole bunch of misplay in the back, honestly, coming in from Mobi. Don't know what happened there. We were commending him so much about not being able to crumble under pressure, but it seems to have gotten to him. But yeah, winner doubles their money at the also. Well, you have to think about that. Yes, they're thinking about hoisting up that trophy and becoming champion, but that's also something to play on your mind a little bit.
Exactly. Valverde in. Oh, it's very open. St. Maximum, who has been a phenomenal card in the championship weekend. Bellingham, Mbappe looking very good. Unfortunately, he is now back on reset with his defense. Passing over to Mendes. Mendes has a player on the run over there. Isn't going to choose to pass over to the front, but however to Verratti. And Verratti, unfortunately, not able to connect that pass, and that means now we are back on the chase for ball possession for Mobizilla. And this is exactly not where you want to be, and especially in a position where you are losing with the goals against you right here.
Yeah, we don't want one of those games where we find Mobi having to chase the scoreline every single time. It might stay close, but we might have the situation where Masoom just finds that extra goal in the shot. The 12th man, even on championship weekend, is still here to play. And that is just a clenching moment there for Mobizilla. but it's all good for now. Actually, a big counter attack coming in. Neymar's on it. There's one option in, but he just goes for the shot. Van der Sar has to send it up wide.
Long cross. Unfortunately, it is going to get cleared, and this is a great opportunity for counter. Saint Maximum on the line right here manages to pass the ball to Corano right here, and it is looking good. Unfortunately, Tonali, and that is your first half. That is how entertaining this game is. You didn't even expect.
That was genuinely a free kick. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Quickly take it off. And I mean, yeah, what a quick first half, honestly. If you're just joining in, this is the Umzansi Esports League. It's not the regular season. It's the championship weekend. It's the playoff weekend. And there's a lot on, like, at line, a lot at stake here for these players. So far, so good, I'd say. Like, Moby, yeah, he's down, but not out. So I think there's a lot of improvement that needs to be made in his defense. Masoom is looking good, lacking a little bit of creativity. So it's still a little bit easy for Moby to read out a couple of his attacks so that the defense isn't completely crumbling just yet. But it's another 45 after this and even another leg.
There is still so much time for the slip-ups to come into play. And the way things are going right now, maybe the goal prediction 4-3 is a bit too little. I mean, we're in the first half already. We've gotten 2-1. So I feel like we're going to have another sort of entertaining semi-finals game on our hands right here, where these players know exactly what they're playing for. So they're putting in not just what we saw in the 8 weeks of the season 5, but even more. I mean, we looked at it yesterday, Beast Bianchi. We didn't get to see that form at all. We are not going to be seeing the same form of players we did see in the 8 weeks of gameplay. These guys came prepped, they came skilled, and they are ready for the gameplay right here. Felipe Anderson onto Quadrado. Mobizilla on the ball, looking to respond to the goal that happened in the first half to make things 2-1 for Masoom. Now, on the counter, however, does look like Quadrado is going to be able to get onto that ball possession, and things are looking good here for Moby. Said that and just went south.
Went south, good interception. Now, San Maximan is on the ball, looking for some options. Bellingham, one of them now. Mbappe on it. There's a run in the middle, and that's where he was looking to pass, but Chiellini is in the right place at the right time, but the ball is still in possession here of Masoom in the box. It might be a good opportunity, but no, the defense has snuffed it out. And now he will be able to play this ball from the back here. Mobizilla, that went out. Damn.
Just by a hairline, managing to go out over there.
Those are those like tilting moments, especially when you're down. You're like, ah!
Especially when you're down, especially when there's such pressure vivid here from Masoom right now. Masoom Khulet just keeping that ball possession onto Favadre, and there's so many players in for a cross or something of magic right here, and he's cutting in. Saint Maximum, great block coming out from Tonali right over there, but there's still a lot of danger in play for Mobizilla as Masoom has the ball on Mbappe onto Ronaldo, and that goes in. It is not just 2-1 anymore. The goals are starting to tally up over here, ladies and gentlemen. Masoom going in with a massive lead of 3 goals right here. This is where peak of the gameplay gets. Mobizilla cannot allow for another goal, or else just the opportunity to come back gets more harder.
Yeah, and it's that same phenomenon that we saw yesterday where Beast Bianchi, comes into it, and we're not really all too much favoring him. We're like, it can still be a really big fight that Bobo Beast could put up on the table. We're like, yeah, Moby can definitely put up a fight over here if he's got all the cards right. But it just seems like championship playoff Masoom is on a different level compared to Mobizilla. In this moment, Mendes on the ball, find some space down the middle. We'll see what Valvich can do. There's so many red jerseys behind that there's just not an opportunity that is looking good for Mobizilla. But that's a pass in straight to the keeper, unfortunately.
Too much power on that pass. Keeper Van der Sar is ready to get to the ball. The double man marking coming out from Mobizilla has been more active than I've seen any other player use or utilizing this position. A lot of players and defenders out of possession, but Quadrado man-handling the entire field in the box, managing to get the corner, but there's still a lot of danger right here. Chiellini onto Verratti. This is a good opportunity to try get somewhat of a counter, as a lot of players are out of the right possession. Felipe Anderson on the wing right here. He manages to now cut in. He's playing around the midfield. Verratti, Neymar on the run. Unfortunately, that pass is going to be blocked. Mendes is going to be offside, if I'm not mistaken, on that position over there. And that is going to call in for some tactic changes for the players here. Mobizilla needs to answer now. He is running out of time in the second half of the first leg. And that would mean a lot of dangers around the corner when that 90th minute starts to whistle.
Yeah, Mobi is really just looking to get this goal in now. I wouldn't really think the mindset is to close this one out. Maybe bring it to a draw. There's still a little bit of minutes to work with for him. But when there's attacks like this from Masoom, it can be really difficult. Okay, well, just pass to Marquinhos. Why don't you just give him a little extra possession? Vinicius Jr. on the pitch now as well. So a burst of pace.
Yes.
Can he defend it? Yeah. There's options in the box for Mobi, but decides to play it back down the middle. Vlahovic looking for an opportunity to take a shot. The turn just snuffed out.
Theo Henderson has all been really, really good over there. But we can see the hunger being here for Mobi. Still on ball possession. And Marquinhos there to keep things very tight in the defense line. Saint Maximum now, a lot of breathing space going over to the wing. We can see Quadrado trying to now get in and cover up that space, but himself isn't going to be blocking off any of the build-up play. Hulet onto Mbappe, now very open right here. He runs in forward. It's about 1-2 key passes, and the touch is heavy coming out over there. Unfortunately, is going to lose the ball. And now for a counter-attack build-up, he is going to get it to Vinicius to Vlahovic. And now it is looking good as Alvarez is on the ball, is in the box. Can he do something right over here? He needs the pass to come in. He passes over out into the box, but too much passing in this position, and he's going to lose that ball. Ronaldo so far down that now he needs to also stop making the run-up in order to get into possession for what could potentially be the attack for the fourth goal.
Yeah, and you can really see that Mobi has a great understanding on how FIFA 22 works. You know, there's a couple of situations where you think he's going to pass towards that direction, but he definitely has a better route, a better option in front of him. And he knows that. He's just not finding it towards that very end where it really needs to be, where the finishing matters. Ronaldo on the ball, being really dangerous thus far as well. Hard to contain Ronaldo, honestly. Also a standout card, I think, over the championship weekend, that Ronaldo pick. It's working for Masoom. Now here's an attack.
Oh, that is a dirty tackle right over there.
Yeah,
hopefully some of this means that yellow cards are going to be displayed right over here. We will have to wait and see. But 3-1 still, and we are nearing the very end. I believe that was the 89th minute, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's pretty much...
it is a red card.
Oh, wow.
If that was any time earlier, it would have been
it would have been big. It would have been useful for Mobi. Maybe. There's still one last-ditch effort coming in over here. Vlahovic. A wild
still
shot.
On ball possession. Can he get it?
Hey!
With a massive header. But it's still on here. Mendes passes the ball. Alvarez in the box right now. And can he get the opportunity to pass? Unfortunately, Marquinhos has been so beautiful in the championship weekend. Managing to clear that ball off to end things here on a 3-1 to Masoom. Going into aggregate for that second leg right there. But it was a bit of a hopeful last attempt coming out from Mobizilla, but unfortunately just not enough for him. But things are somewhat going to the prediction. I don't know if you see it. 3 goals maximum coming up from Masoom. This is an opportunity here for Mobizilla to bring in 3 additional goals in the second leg.
Yeah, the dream for the prediction is still alive, technically. Yeah, you're right. But we have to highlight just how good Masoom was looking during the game. And honestly, it's going to be tough for Mobi to come back into this one, the second leg, at a 2-goal deficit. So not only does he have to score 1 goal, he has to score another one just to level it up, just to bring it back to a draw so that he can actually start fighting to win this game. And that might just take a lot out of him. I mean, we're asking him for 3 goals without Masoom scoring a single one.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if it's possible right now, just based on kind of the flow of the game. I feel like Masoom kind of has the read on Mobi.
Kind of looking like it. I mean, his passing has been intercepted quite a bit over there, especially those long passing in which Neymar makes the run over there for him. But right here, Mobizilla still looking very good. His mental strength in the game is present. You can tell by how he's kept things not going over dramatic in terms of goals scored against. So Mobizilla still has some position in to bring it to a level playing field, but it's going to take, like you say, a lot of the effort. 2 goals in order just to tie things off, 3 to win it over there. But we may see the opportunity come in, we may not. It all comes down to how Mobi plays the second half.
And it's those last few minutes ticking down of your season 5 of the Umzansi Esports League, obviously hosted by Nodwin Gaming. Make sure you guys go check out the socials, the Twitter, the Instagram, as well as the website. I believe it's nodwingaming.africa. And I don't know what to expect from the second leg, because it could be a second leg like we saw yesterday. Right, because yesterday we were like, okay, Bobo's not defeated just yet. Like, it's just like 1 goal, you can bring it back, and then we still have a game in our hands. And then it just went crazy with the Beast Bianchi, honestly. With that, the game is ready to go. The final few moments for both these players, if they don't make it into that championship Sunday, and who's gonna take it home, honestly.
It is still very much open right over here. We've seen some of the magic in the past come out in the second leg, but will it be able to be this time around? Saint Maximum on the ball, heavy touch from him. Unfortunately, would win Allison to the ball.
I'm just laughing because on the bright side, because if that had went in, then literally Masoom would have replicated what he did in that first leg. But he's starting good right now. Mobi, he hasn't gone and scored in the first 5 minutes. Like, okay, come on, guys.
Yeah, that would have been a curse here for Mobi, but he needs to be more composed on those passing, especially the long ones. As I mentioned, it has been easily intercepted, easily blocked off, and he's built up plays which look like goal-scoring opportunities. In the end, unfortunately, it's going to be broken up. Mbappe on the ball right here. There is a line of defense ready to block anything that comes from this right over here, and that is exactly what would come into play. Neymar on the run right now. Will he be able to surpass the Militao? He does. Unfortunately, he's very far off, and that is just going to be so unfortunate. Going a bit wide off on the cut goal. Unfortunately, just the angle being quite tough in overall essence.
Tough angle to get the goal in, indeed, and it's granted Masoom an opportunity to get an attack in. Very far down the wing he is as he tries to pull it back in. Mbappe! Oh! All right. Well, the post today is angry. It's like, you guys, you haven't seen me during the regular season. I'm here today when it really matters for these players. But I mean, I guess it's a good thing for Mobi that it didn't go in, right?
It is a great thing right here. Neymar on the ball. He is now entered the territory where it is dangerous, but unfortunately, just the Iceman shown right over here. I mean, his defense has been superb. His attack has been great. The ball possession as well has been in his favor, both first leg and the 17 minutes of the second leg right over here. Mbappe, massive tackle coming out from him. Now, there is something for him. Mobizilla, can he get a goal? Looking very hopeful. Tonali passes off to Neymar. Neymar, unfortunately, going straight into Khulet. Khulet also, who has been phenomenal in the Umzansi Season 5.
Yeah, it's definitely been one of the more frequent pings that we've been seeing.
Oh!
Ooh! Crack of a shot from Anderson, but the keeper is just too awake on it. Verratti steals the ball from Gullit, but Gullit wins it back. So Maximan passing it to Marquinhos, and both players spilling their laps in possession. As now back to Felipe Anderson.
Oh,
okay,
no.
there it is again. I don't know what's going on. What they keep passing to each other. What is this?
Ooh, nice long pass. Valverde on the run here, and it does look quite hopeful. But as the defense now gets into possession, that hope is coming down. Still passing very technical. Saint Maximum has gone and done the dirty work over there, sending the defense line out of position, and a pass over to Mbappe. He's managed to do the tap in, and it is quite tough from here on outwards for Mobizilla.
Yeah, it's looking like GG's pretty early here for Mobi. Also GG's for your dream of that prediction.
Yeah. You didn't need to talk about it. But yeah.
I'm sorry. You doubted the Iceman. He's looking to claim another title over here. Gullit's taking a shot in, but the players are just on the ground in front of it. Thankfully saving it.
Thankfully.
It's a great pass coming in to Vlahovic, but he's just sent wide over here of the post by the defender. And it will be collected nicely there for Masoom. And it's looking more and more like Goliath and Bravado final. But I mean, oof, that in its own, just the two orgs having to represent in that grand final tomorrow, it's going to be big. It's going to be huge, honestly.
Yeah, two of the sort of best orgs when it comes down to FIFA in the continent coming to clash here in the grand finals of Umzansi. But we may speak too soon as a shot comes out from Mobi to send things off for a corner. It is a long one as well. Unfortunately, not able to do anything. He gets a great pass, and a shot may potentially come out from this one. And that is going to be a great goal to bring things back to the way it started in the second leg with only a 2-goal advantage in aggregate. Right here, things are looking quite active, but let's continue talking in the moment and not speaking ahead of time. But Mobizilla may potentially be bringing it back.
Yeah, he might do a young bring it back gaming and level it up, but
it's only 2 goals.
Yeah,
that's the scary part, though. It's because in second half you may potentially see it, but we look at Mobizilla in total. His goals for in the entire season wasn't that high. So these opportunities and the 12th man coming back in again, keeping things like this, time in and time out. What a crazy shot onto the pole.
I refuse to believe it. That's 3 times now.
3 times.
But he's back for more. He's angry. He's looking for an opportunity. San Maximan on the turn, the shot, but there's just too many feet in front of him to get it off. It will send us to halftime. I mean, there's still a 2-goal lead that Masoom is riding off, but after that goal, we'd imagine that Mobi's got a little bit more momentum in him. Like, yeah, you know what, I can do this. I've got the energy. I can still bring it back. You're not sending me packing just yet. And at least that's what we hope to see in that second half. And I mean, it really can turn just like that. We're talking, Bravado, Goliath fight. Like, wow. But maybe it's going to be a Goliath free agent final. I don't know, guys. We just have to give it to Mobi and let him play it out. Is it scripted for him to be in Championship Sunday, or is it not? Right now, it's looking good. He's on an attack. Neymar's on it. He's been struggling thus far to find any room to work with, but Tonoli onto Anderson.
Tonoli onto an interception. And right there, Corrado. Unfortunately, Saint Maximum still on that ball possession. Is this offside? No, the ball keeps rolling over onto Allison. Great defense. Corrado. Tonali now looking to build up here. He needs a goal to keep things fighting for him, to keep his mindset higher than Masoom in this one. The momentum is with him as he has scored the last goal right over there. But if he isn't to answer very soon, then I'm afraid things may just stay the same the way it is right now.
It might just stay the same. It is the 54th minute in the second half. Some nice clean passes in. Mbappe! The shot! Blocked, but he still has possession of the ball. There's so many players in front of him. Saint-Maximin now trying to run it in. Gets past the defender. Cancelo. Mbappe! But the defense is just solid from Mobi now. And now he's got the counter-attack. Vlahovic with Tonoli making the run in the middle, but defended out.
Defended out onto Masoom's ball possession. And Mobizilla's defense has been superb. I mean, you look at it, so many opportunities could have gone easily to Masoom. Cancelo with a great turn. Lots of players in the box right here. He does try to get in a pass. Unfortunately, Chiellini is going to be there to keep things good for him. But here, this is it right now. Can we see a goal coming out from Mobizilla as he has Vlahovic in that position? Neymar. Oh, Neymar looking really good right now. Maybe he can break through. He can. He finds a pass, but just a second earlier, maybe Neymar would have been on that ball. But no! The goalkeeper!
Fumbling everywhere. Hey! OMG.
Was such a great tackle, but it is back onto Nando and Tonali. No, Vlahovic, he's still on ball possession. What is happening? So much mess coming out from Mobizilla right over there. And he had not just one opportunity, but I would say that was a second one as well.
Oh man, heartbreak in that moment, honestly, when we're looking at it. It could be, honestly, 4-3 on aggregate right now. If that went in, the player goes flying over the keeper, tumbling everywhere. There's just so many things that happen sometimes that you're just like, oh man, I don't know. It's scripted. It's all in the plan. Let's be honest. When things like that happen, it's the only explanation we can really put up.
Yeah.
There's a couple more minutes left to play for here. Can he find these 2 goals though?
Right here, say maximum can break away, and he does. He finds himself on the wing. Chiellini now also being pushed out of his position, I would say, in some way, form. He has the opportunity to defend, and like I said, he's been great on that defense.
Yeah, the defensive line is great.
At that, and offside somehow, somewhere, I have no idea what pass it was, but yeah, offside over there. But yeah, defense has been amazing coming out from Mobi. He just now needs to lock it in. Those goals need to come. The man offside, Vinicius Jr., who's been substituted on to try and make a game change. It is the 70th minute though. Very late in right here. You would need a quick access of 2 goals. But right here, Ronaldo passes back to Saint-Maximin. But Marquinhos is there to keep things beautiful on that defense.
Yeah, defense has been so good. It's really been polished from Mobi. But maybe just a little too late. It needed to happen in that first leg, because now the second leg, yes, might be tight, but we have to remember the foreshadowing that happened in that last one. It's still not looking great for Mobi. And especially with Masoom having so much possession of the ball, just going on attack after attack. Great work by Quadrado there to get that ball. Now Vinicius on the run. Guys, no, guys. I'd be angry.
Mobizilla needs to capitalize more on his passing, and that is generally why we are seeing this lead not being taken care of by Mobi. If he could have been more composed on those short passing, long passing, maybe his build-up plays would have been so much more better, because his defense is there. He's worked hard on that position, but in terms of the play, he's now managed to break through and gets a great pass onto Felipe and Vlahovic right here. That is a nasty shot for Ratti to send things in on the 81 minute right over there. He just needs one more goal to go into the championship rules of extra time. Will he manage to find that window in the 9 minutes of overall that is left in this position? Mobizilla has worked hard to get that goal. He has the ball possession, and Vlahovic, unfortunately, his pass is going to be blocked here by Bellingham. Ronaldo, the pressure is on. He's sending his players everywhere to try get this hope for goal. Will it come, Tendo? Is the question. As he makes a mistake, Verratti on the run right here. So many players running forth for that one. Verratti still on the ball possession, but it's a 2v1, and he can't keep things in. It is a corner, though. Is it scripted for him? Mobizilla, unfortunately, not able to find the header, not able to find the cross. Saint Maximum runs to the wing. He's hungry, though, here, Tendo.
Yeah, he's hungry. The tension is palpable right now between the two. Who can claim the winner? Well, it's not even a winner at this point. It's more, Moby fighting to keep it at a draw. Let's see if he's got some room to work with. Verratti on it. That last goal. He needs another one. No, Vlahovic almost squandered the ball, but recovers. Vlahovic. Tonali.
No!
Tonali to Marquinhos. And that might just be it. The game management might kick in now for Masoom. Not a great second leg at all. But he stretched it over in that first one. And now on this attack with Cancelo, it's all but over. Chips it back on in. Maybe something to finish us off with. Ronaldo's on it. A chip in. San Maximan, but the keeper! It's going for a corner. Can he convert this corner to just close it off? That's the right thing to do.
Man.
I'll give him a clap for that one. The smart play there, man.
That was a game.
That was heartbreaking, honestly. Just heartbreak all around.
What a game. What a game. I really wish that y'all had cameras in my room as well, because I was just going nuts here. Moving all around. Production several times I'd be like, hey, come back. Wow. What a game. And if I am Mobizilla right now, my heart is breaking into a million pieces. It almost felt like you were mentioning it at the end there, Arrow. Is the game scripted? Is this a situation where he's going to get this goal? We go into extra time. But it turns out the entire story is against Moby. He gets hit by the 12th man several times, I might add. He finds himself in a situation where more than once in the second leg, his own shot was blocked by his own players, which would have been guaranteed goals. Scenarios where he was supposed to be through, but has too much of a little bit of an extra touch and can't get to the final person. It was really heartbreaking, but unfortunately, Masoom is going to be the one that proceeds forward into the grand finals. It is the Iceman. It is extremely close. Errol, remind me again, what did you say the score was going to be?
I said it was going to be 4-3 to Moby, though.
Ish.
Close enough. We'll take it. It's fine.
We'll take it.
Funny how I got
the player
the
correct.
prediction right for the player, and he got the score right. A bit crazy.
See, that's why we bring y'all together on the broadcast. It all works out. I mean, we should have known this was coming though, Tendo, because think about our nicknames for these guys. Masoom is the Iceman perennially. Mobizilla, sort of the grandfather of FIFA 22 in Africa. Regrettably, though, the older you get, the more the cold affects you. And in this situation, the ice was a little bit too much for Moby, but he really did feel like he had it. He was so close. But Masoom able to edge this one out. What I love about how this matchup was, though, is that the first leg was very clean and clear. Masoom was dominating that one. He was certainly the better player.
Yeah.
But leg two, very different story, right?
Yeah, very different story, honestly. And it's tough because if we had leg 2 Moby in leg 1, this would have even been more closer, honestly. We could have been in extra time. We could be calling out for penalties. Wow. But unfortunately, Moby just needed to turn it on in that first leg when it mattered most, and he just wasn't able to.
Unfortunately not. Arrow, you keep mentioning it. We've spoken a lot about Moby's preparation, his ideas about this game, and we saw a lot of them in this particular situation. Julian Alvarez, nobody plays him except for Moby. Not that many players play Sandro Tonali. Nuno Mendes, which you referenced, being on the left wing back position. Hell, he even started with Juan Cuadrado in leg number 1. These kind of ideas, right? We can see where Moby gets the ability to be able to play like this in the second leg. He had enough experience to know what to change. It's just a little bit regrettable that he didn't have that same set of changes. If he started with those changes, there's pretty much no way Masoom would have had an in with this one, would he?
No. When you look at that second leg itself, that there shows Mobizilla being a class of a player. He did play very well, and to me, he deserved that win. He looked hungry, he looked more energized in the final moments. He was so pushing to the very end on that acceleration. But unfortunately, like you say, the cold does get the old, and unfortunately, it is going to be Masoom, the Iceman. But that was the most entertaining game I've watched this season, I have to say.
Yeah, it was honestly amazing to consider and to watch and to experience. Tendo, now that Masoom has earned his way into the grand finals, let's talk about his future matchup against Julio the Beast Bianchi. If he shows up with the same form as he did in leg number 2, there's no way he's going to be able to do it against the Beast. So what do you think he needs to change in between today and tomorrow so that he has a realistic chance of gaining his second Umzansi Esports League title?
Man, honestly, I think it's this weekend I've just not been feeling the creativity from the players here and there, except for obviously the Beast Bianchi, who kind of just went crazy with it in that second leg we saw yesterday. But if Masoom comes in with the same play style that he has right now, which isn't like it doesn't work, obviously he's made it this far, but he needs to have that one or two little finesse moments that's going to put him on that edge over the Beast Bianchi. Because I mean, tomorrow is the big bucks, grand final, right? It's Bravado versus Goliath. Someone on Twitter wants to be bragging about their player winning, and that is going to be looming over the players, right, the whole time.
Absolutely, it is going to be the storied matchup we've had here so many times with the Umzansi Esports League. Bravado Gaming versus Goliath Gaming for a title contention. Of course, right now Masoom is the lone survivor within the Bravado camp, so he'll be carrying his flag as high as humanly possible, as while Julio the Beast Bianchi carrying the Goliath flag, but also the reigning championship is still in his hands, and he'll be trying to hold on to that. And of course, all of that is still going to be taking place tomorrow on Championship Sunday. With that though, we are going to be taking a little bit of a hiatus from FIFA, because this is not the only game we have here for the finals weekend, as we still have our PUBG mobile segment to go on to. So in the meantime, we're going to be releasing Aero as well as Tendo Plays. Everybody at home, please go and give them your hype, give them your adulation at Aero OG and of course at Tendo Plays. Let them know how much you love their casting, and of course show some love to the Umzansi Esports League at Nodwin Gaming Africa. With that short break, and when we return, PUBG Mobile will be gracing our screens as we continue the semi-finals for those. So don't go anywhere. This is the 5th season finals and championship weekend here in the Umzansi Esports League, and we'll return shortly with more of the hype. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Umzansi Esports League. Season 5 continues with the finals weekend, as we now are going to be hopping over to witness the action in the PUBG mobile side of things. Of course, earlier today, we did see and confirm our grand finalists for FIFA 22, but there's still a lot of unanswered questions that we need to have fulfilled here in PUBG Mobile. So we'll be bringing you the action here this evening across the next 4 maps of the night. My name is Snare, and I'm going to be joined by S-Proxy as well as DK. Welcome back. It's been a while without you. We've missed you. How have you been, and how are you feeling about tonight's matches?
I'm so happy to be back. Firstly, it feels like I've missed half of the season, but thankfully I am back. And what a time to come back into the action. Semi-finals, into the finals immediately. And with the second last day, these matches have been heating up. I mean, taking a little bit of a perusal at what happened yesterday, we had some fire performances from some teams. I mean, I'm seeing winner chicken dinners on that first page. Absolutely beautifully spread out between the teams. So I'm hoping today that we see a little bit more of that return action, that it's not just one team, running away and dominating. As great as that might be for Slime 4KT, currently to continue their lead, I want to see a little bit more of those action coming through today.
We of course want to have a lot more diversity in who's doing well, because that means it's a much more competitive lobby and much more entertaining as a result. Of course, it was, like you mentioned, very, very action-packed yesterday. DK, yesterday one of the things that we did start to see was that squads were acclimating not just to the environment in the lobby, but acclimating to the pressure of being in a finals weekend. And we could sort of see the squads that were doing very well are squads that are used to that kind of pressure. Today, now that the pressure is a little bit less, are we going to be having some of the other squads come into the mix as well? Especially as, the good old schedule lets us know Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar, Erangel again. And usually the squad that does very well on Erangel can do well on Erangel again. So are we going to be having some different teams in the mix to be getting these winner chicken dinners?
Well, firstly, you said the pressure is going to be a little bit less today. I'd like to argue that point, and I'd say the pressure is considerably higher, seeing that the fact that we are running out of time for these teams to step up and show those performances. And moving into the 4 matches of today, I think there's going to be some pretty hard heat coming through, as the teams are going to be looking to prove themselves once again. And I'm kind of expecting the teams that have already finished quite sufficiently on that first page to try and solidify those placements even more so by stepping up their performance. So I think looking at Erangel, we could have a few changes coming through, especially in our very first match.
I'm very excited to have some changes. Makes for a much more interesting day. Of course, why we are all here, why the players are competing with all of their hearts, is for this all-important prize pool. Just by dint of being here in the finals weekend, you've confirmed you are in the top 16. You've confirmed $365. It's not a bad outlay of money by any stretch of the imagination. However, as the difference between that position and first, literally 10 times as much, $3,680 at the very top. No matter how you might want to ignore this fact, it's going to start cutting deeper and deeper the longer you go and realize that, wait, we're actually out of the money. We might not be able to get as high up as we might have wanted to at the beginning.
And this is why I want to add on to DK's point, the pressure is on it, especially for the teams finding themselves on that second page, finding themselves in that 13th plus position. It hurts. They need to climb that leaderboard at least. And I mean, the best way to do it is, of course, with exactly that information on your screen right now.
Yep. Getting these points, obviously the point structure helps a lot if you do get the 15 placement points and the winner chicken dinner. However, from what we've seen yesterday, eliminations certainly make a huge upswell in your overall point tally. In fact, yesterday, as we're going to be seeing the overall rankings, at the very end of the day, DK, it did become the case that whilst there were quite a few squads that were reaching for these the placement points, rather, all of the squads that did really well, I'm of course referencing Slime 4KT primarily, did this by having more eliminations than placement points. Everybody else has a much more healthy mix of the two. You were mentioning today that some of the squads that we are seeing here on this first page are going to be trying to solidify their position, ensure that they get as far away from the pack as humanly possible. Is the way to do that by adopting the characteristic aggression that Slime 4KT showed us yesterday?
It depends on what the team's strengths were coming into yesterday, right? As you can see, Zero Tolerance, Team Unique, pretty much everybody aside from Team Apex have been showing great consistency with being able to acquire the placement points. So obviously what needs a little bit more attention today is going to be focus on the aggression. But that's where I want to, kind of point out the different situation coming through for Team Apex. They've already shown their consistency with regards to eliminations. Now they need to try and bring in that longevity, try and survive into those later stages to secure even more placement points on top of the aggression that they were showing. So I think instead of a change, there just needs to be a little bit of an add-on to come through. And should the teams do that, they could be having quite a bit of success from that result.
Yep, these squads must download their own internal DLC, figure some stuff out, make sure that they have as strong a push forward as humanly possible. Here in this first page, though, the difference between the first and the 8th team is kind of shocking, given that you have to double up this tally to get anywhere close to Slime 4KT. However, they are very clearly the outliers in this situation. And as we look onto the second page as well here, one of the things you'll easily start to notice is the distribution of points going from, say, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and then 9, 10, not that far apart. It's still viable and possible to do in the space of one map. But talk to us about something here is the fact that you do have this one squad, right, that's looking as dominant as Slime 4KT is, and everybody else so much closer. Who does this really favor, right? Because Slime 4KT, of course, you might be like, well, they have all these additional points, but this also means that they have a big-ass target on their backs right now. Everybody's focusing on them primarily. It's almost like nobody else really matters. Like, you can win a game, but if you don't deal with Slime 4KT in that lobby, it still might not be enough to get you to the #1 slot.
I feel like there's a 50-50 that can happen here. Like, those points can either, instill fear into some of the other teams and say, listen, this is not a team we want to take on. Looking at those eliminations, this is not a team I want to fight. But it could also, as you said, have the reverse effect. Well, now the teams know exactly who they need to target first, who needs to be taken out first, to level the playing field, to get them an opportunity to get a little bit further up that match ranking and maybe take that even further to a point where they can overtake Slime 4KT. So, again, 50-50. I feel like it can have either effect on a team depending on how that team has been performing and how confident they feel coming into not only tonight, but of course tomorrow night as well. And again, it's that mentality game that just carries on through this entire weekend.
Confidence has been a key aspect of how the entire season of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming, has primarily been conducted. But DK, speaking of confidence, I'm very curious to hear your thoughts on this Rilla Insider squad. We saw them yesterday, of course, grabbing a winner chicken dinner. It turned out not to be enough to get them into page 1, which is fairly remarkable, that winning is not actually good enough anymore here in the finals of the Umzansi Esports League. But their performance from them, how much of an impact will the confidence have going into today? Of course, I don't think that they themselves expected to do as well as they did, but now that they've gotten that day and the win under their belt, they're into day number 2. Is this one of the squads that we're looking forward to being able to just rise up in their performances a little bit?
Yes, I 100% believe that, because they're only 2 points away from the first page. So Rilla Insider, they possess the capability to push themselves to get into that first page, and not only just into the first page, but they could also be considerably higher up that leaderboard. So I'm going to be keeping a little bit of an eye on them. But in the same breath, we can say that for the players coming through from Chaos Kings and Solo Esports, right? There's not a lot of points currently separating the 3 teams sitting at the top of the second page. So I'm hopeful. Maybe we could have a little bit of a shift in the dynamic coming into today's matches.
I am hopeful as well, because more shifting dynamics means that we have no idea who's winning once we get to the final day, which always means that it's a much more entertaining day of PUBG Mobile action. Of course, there are some squads that will not find themselves happy with how the first day of the finals have gone by any stretch of the imagination. Those are the squads at the very bottom, especially some of the squads that have only been able to accrue 1 or maybe slight double digits overall. Some of these squads, though, is not squads that you would imagine being down in the dumps, right? It's one thing if you're saying, well, I don't expect Team and Zimbi to be doing that well. It's quite another when it's a BBC, when it's a Blackjack Esports down in the dumps there at the very bottom. And these are squads that we were coming into this having very high expectations. They were seeded highly. We were like, oh, they're probably going to be in the top first page once we get to the finals. What is going on with them, and what do you think they'll be able to do to be able to change their destiny from yesterday into today? It's pretty much just 24 hours, not that much time to adjust. What's possible in that short duration of time?
A lot is possible, but it's all going to come down to that first game and that mentality and momentum they take through to the rest of the games. Me and DK were actually discussing Blackjack Esports, specifically asking the question, okay, why are we seeing them currently in 13th place? Why are they on that second page in the first place? And why are we not seeing that blackjack momentum come through? I mean, they're a team that we've seen put up, some of the best fights with the best of them. I mean, we're talking about PMPL experience. We're talking about teams that have a lot of experience that they can work with. And a lot of teams don't always have that to fall back on. And they're one of the teams that do. So hopefully that comes in today. Maybe they just need a little bit of extra pressure to really kick it on.
Sometimes they say pressure is what makes diamonds, so hopefully they'll be the ones to try and emerge in that particular way. Before we get started on Erangel, I need some predictions, y'all. DK, let me hear it from you. I wanted to hear, yesterday you were actually pretty on point with these damage numbers, so hit me once again. Tell me who's going to be the MVP of this match and how much damage are they going to be outlaying by themselves.
MVP team or MVP player?
Player, individual.
Ooh. Okay, that's a tricky question. So based on what we saw yesterday, I'm going to go with, Sexy Fexy, right? We saw the consistency coming in yesterday. I'm going to be looking at the continuation. I mean, let's call that the safe play for now. But I mean,
cheat.
Fexy was the MVP for 3 out of the 4 matches yesterday. So yeah, that's what I'm going to go for. I'm looking for that consistency coming through from Slime. And then damage, before I forget the other half of the question, damage, I would definitely go for something in the ballpark of, let's say, 1,684 damage.
We love that specificity coming in from DK. As what you got for me. Before we get into the finals, we need to welcome you in style. So give me the exact amount of kills that the winning squad is going to be able to pick up on this one.
Yikes. Okay, in the hot seat already. Look, I'm gonna give Slime4KT a challenge. I want to see more than 15 kills coming through from the winning squad today. I want a big win. I want a 30 points a win today. Like, I want something crazy.
Sexy Fexy, I hope you're listening. You've got your work cut out for you today because you're going to have to pop off even harder than what you did yesterday. Of course, Slime4KT are in the pole position. We'll be seeing whether or not they can replicate those performances from yesterday into today as well, as we do have our first map of Erangel at the ready. So for the penultimate day here in the finals weekend, as Proxy, DK, take it away for some incredible PUBG mobile action on Erangel Part 1.
Thank you so much, Snare. Yes, it is time for us to kick off day 2, expecting a pretty exciting day with a lot of challenges coming through for the teams. But as we've been discussing, I'm really hoping to see that improvement coming through from not only the players of Blackjack, but also including the other teams that are sitting on the lower end, right? From 16 total points further down. This is going to be the important day for them, the opportunity to try and garner a few more points. Because we know all the teams that have made it up into the finals, they made it to this point because they've shown their capabilities of being able to achieve that. But now I want to see the teams just absolutely flourish in the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, there's no more time for holding back. You need to show every single card straight from the get-go. You need to hit that your stride as soon as you possibly can. Because as we know, if you let off, if you just hold back for even one match, you could be seeing an exponential rise in your opponents riding up that leaderboard, and then you're sort of just left in the dust. But yeah, DK, I mean, it's easier said than obviously done, right? I mean, we've got some good competition going here.
Good competition. I mean, it looks to be pretty sweaty competition, if I'm being honest. And of course, looking at where that zone has gone now, moving all the way over towards the western side, it's going to be quite a favorable position, especially for the players there from Desert Flame. We know usually they like to move a little bit closer towards that farm region, but I think that was a good call being made by them. Good anticipation of where they thought the first potential phase could be taking us. So I'm loving that setup coming through. But as we know, Gatka, not a position that is too strange or too foreign to them. But we do see a little bit of contention coming through in towards that South George region now with Solo and the players there from Team Apex, as well as down towards that Western Bridge.
Yeah, again, the question is, okay, are they actually going to be taking this engagement, or are they immediately just going to be giving that space, that respect, and falling into a much safer position here? Because, again, those early altercations, they can give you a little bit of an opportunity to get some early, foundations in terms of kills and eliminations going through into the rest of the game, but it's a big risk, DK. I don't know, would you be taking these early fights, or would you just be laying off right now? Because this is the second day of the finals weekend.
Ooh, I mean, early game engagements for myself. I don't deem my skills worthy enough to pull off a move like that.
Listen.
So
if you were a
if
team
it
like
was
Slime
me,
4KT.
yes, sure, because we know they've got the capabilities to survive these altercations, right? But if it was me, DK, the bot playing,
Not touching.
no.
Running away
I mean, I would
into the water.
probably already be in the lobby, just on my way down to the map itself.
Okay, no, fair. Look, fair. But we do see at least a little bit of resurgence, if I could call it that, from Blackjack Esports, at least in terms of they are looking for something. And right now, they're looking right at Zero Tolerance to be the provider of their eliminations in their pocket, which I believe they actually just grabbed themselves one. So I'm hoping this is, just like a shimmery start to Blackjack Esports and that they continue that, because we were talking about this off camera. We need to see more from them.
Yeah, we want to see more and then some, right? They really need to step up and just go absolutely crazy, because that's what we know that they can do. But they now just need to prove it to everybody else that is also watching, Otherwise, we sound a little bit crazy, because we're saying like, oh, this team is absolutely insane. But, they've not shown it yet. So I'm hoping today is going to be the day in which they do exactly that. And they could have a great opportunity, as we do see them relatively close to Zero Tolerance, all the way up in towards that northwestern side of the zone. So it all now comes down to whether or not they're going to grasp the opportunity.
Absolutely. And I mean, again, it's that discussion of like, okay, do we take this further? Same with Zero Tolerance, right? I mean, they've just lost one of their players, so they also need to make that decision of like, listen, is it even worth at this point getting a little bit of that revenge, or should we just fall back, maybe a little bit closer there towards Georgia Pool? Let's get the loot going and hopefully get into a better position for the rest of this map, because of course we know for every single team, performance is key. Getting points makes the difference between, as Snare was mentioning, that $300 dollar prize pool up all the way to potentially even a $3,000 prize pool, so that you're going to be taking home. So discussions, decisions, all key of PUBG Mobile. But so far we've had some pretty impressive performances, I believe. I mean, for you, casting yesterday, I'm going to put you in the hot seat as well, because you are my source of information today. Other than Slime 4KT, other than Desert Flames, who's some of the other teams that you are keeping a keen eye on?
I'd go for two other teams. I'd say Zero Tolerance and Lag, right? They showed some good performances yesterday. It's just unfortunate that we're not really seeing them pushing all the way to the very top, just, sticking it to Slime. But that is still within the realm of capability for them here today. So I'm hoping that that's kind of on the menu, right? That we are getting a little bit of that contention coming through. Teams really liking to heat up the situation that we have currently happening on the leaderboard. Because if there's any day to do that, day 2 of 3 is the ideal day. Because tomorrow is going to be the final push, that final solidifying play to get yourself secured on the leaderboard. So I do believe today could be a great day for teams looking to really shake the tables up, rip the floor out from underneath everybody else, and just, showcase some beautiful, beautiful talent.
I would hope so. I absolutely would hope so. As you mentioned, second last day of the finals. Again, no reason to hold back at this point. Everything needs to be laid out on the table. And I mean, for a team, as we were obviously busy spectating, like Solo.Esports, who currently find themselves in 11th place, they're above Blackjack Esports, who have already started a little bit of something, right? They've already started with finding that one elimination, and putting a little bit of fear into Zero Tolerance. Solo.Esports, they have to take the same initiative. They have to find and create opportunities for themselves. And I mean, currently where they're at, they're very close to Apex. They're very close to Zero Tolerance, who's already a little bit beaten and bruised. One player down. There's opportunities lying in wait, but how they can convert that into an opportunity is also going to depend on, what those rotations are going to be looking like and where they can find themselves a little bit of safety. Any other points that you believe right now we should be, maybe just worried about in terms of like that overall leaderboard, opportunities for the teams finding themselves on the second page to jump a little bit higher, potentially even to that first page?
Well, seeing that we're on the topic and on the team, right, I'm expecting something amazing to come from Solo.Esports today. Ultinix showed a lot of potential just in yesterday's games. We did see that absolutely insane clutch coming through from Playboy as well. So I'm quite hopeful that today could be a day in which we see Solo.Esports just shine as they have never shone before. And then alongside them, I want to add Chaos Kings, right? Both these teams sitting on 23 points on the leaderboard. I know that they possess the capabilities to push into that first page, but I'm now excited to see how they're going to implement those pushes, because for the time being, we can see both these teams, Solo and Chaos, being situated on either end of the map. Both teams are situated towards that western edge, though, but that actually allows them a lot of opportunity because they can kind of ride out the storm, looking to see what's going to be happening further in towards the zone before they start making that decision or coming up with that rotational pathway or the strategy or the tactic they want to employ to get themselves into contention and just, make some drastic plays.
Chaos Kings I'd definitely be interested to see, because obviously currently as we find them, closer towards Fairy Pier and Quarry, as they're, just a little bit straggled off, they're very isolated. I mean, the rest of the teams, towards the center of the zone, obviously waiting for that zone rotation and, trying to be in the best possible position. But Chaos Kings staying a little bit more passive, a little bit more, reserved, I would say, towards that southwestern corner of the circle. Well, not that circles have corners, but let's pretend they do.
Yes.
In this case, yes.
Very well-rounded corners.
Yes, super well-rounded. But moving on from that, like they're very isolated, so they're not really going to have that same opportunity that we saw from obviously the previous teams we were talking about in terms of just finding that opening, elimination like Blackjack. So for now, they're a little bit to their lonesome. Maybe an opportunity for a late flank, maybe an opportunity just to surprise someone a little bit later on. But it does seem like they're just going to be hugging the edge for now.
Yeah, I mean, speaking about hugging edges, right, I'm pretty sure the players from Team Umzansi are hugging the edge of their chairs, because we can see Blackjack and EFX now just rotating up alongside them, coming through from that northern edge. So I'm expecting there to be a lot of
Stress.
nerves at the moment, because if they make sound, they are going to get rushed, and we do see the players from Blackjack actually stopping over there. So there could be a few plays at hand. But for the time being, we are going to be watching the players from Rilla Insider, who've got the luxury of peace and quiet a little bit further down towards that southern edge. I mean, this is almost center zone, but of course, here we go straight into the action. Team Umzansi actually putting up a nice defensive strategy. As we can see, Blackjack now rotating away with a little bit of damage already being dealt to them.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just a couple of warning shots, just saying, hey, listen, back off, okay? We've already seen what you did to Zero Tolerance. We're not about that life today. So just back off, leave us alone for now. But I mean, speaking of Blackjack Esports, again, here's these opportunities. They are smelling out eliminations left, right, and center here, DK.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to step it up, and well, they're going to be starting with the plays here from EFX, so we can see Zane actually now getting traded down alongside Reverb. Now all the pressure is going to be onto MG as they come strafing through the building. Looks for a bit of an opportunity, but also gets traded right on down. Up comes Phoenix, the next and final hopeful. Finds a beautiful trade right there on towards Pyro, but now the pressure is on. 2 players down so far. Will they get the final play? Oh, almost gets the knock up on towards Mercury, but it's going to be a run around the vehicle play, and it is going to be Mercury to step up and close up that opportunity for Blackjack. Very unfortunate turn of events, but we got to commend the players here from EFX just holding their own so well.
Absolutely, and also, again, just these opportunities that are being created, or at least the teams going out and finding opportunities, making something of the situations they're finding themselves in. And I mean, we can't really say that for all of the teams. Trinity Gaming now looking for the remainder of a few of the teams that are just sneaking up on into the grasses here, which I believe is Underrated Esports. They already have a bit of a knock that they need to recover. There's opportunities lying in wait, but it's going to be up to the teams whether or not it's worth for them to take, like the spray into Underrated, that Trinity Gaming are just absolutely salivating over, and it's working to their favor for the time being, at least.
I'm going to love it if we can see more eliminations coming through here from Trinity, right? Yesterday, they finished on a collective 3. So far already, they're a third of the way there, finding that first elimination. Could see a few more coming through at the cost of Pyros and Paraboy, as we can see them just off in the distance. But again, Trinity now in a position where they need to try and make those substantial gains. The knocks, of course, are going to be laid on super thick, as we can see the players from Trinity actually trying to utilize a bit of the opportunity here. Myth now also just trying to lock in on in, but I think this is going to be an absolutely phenomenal start for Trinity and will do absolutely amazing things for the team morale moving forward through the rest of the day.
I love it. I absolutely love it. They are laying on the pressure thick here for Untitled Esports. Again, I'm going to remind you, Pyros was the victim. Pyros was the one to be rescued in the beginning. And unfortunately, the rescue mission didn't quite go the way that they were planning. So now they've unfortunately dropped another player for their efforts. And fellas just sitting on top of the hill, just watching this occur, just watching their team fall in front of them, might have to take a look at maybe just rotating out. I don't know that there's a rescue opportunity here, but it looks like they're going for it. DK, are they actually going for this?
Well, maybe they could. I'm not quite sure what it is they're going to try and do, but we did see a little bit of a helping hand coming through from the players of Rilla inside. And speaking about Rilla, they are going toe-to-toe with Solo Esports, but of course they are now just changing their mind a slight bit. So I think that's a good call coming through there from Rilla as they kind of trying to find that more ideal position to rotate in towards. Speaking about opportunities, though, it is going to be BBC to just rush up behind the players from Underrated. And now Solo turning their attention onto the players here from Unique, as we can see YouTube Boy just strafing in so phenomenally, finding the trades, just utilizing the UMP. Let's see whether or not they're going to be able to find this next one. There we go. The confirmation has been locked in. And again, right, the teams that we said that need to step it up already looking to do that right from the very first match.
And what's crazy about this engagement, just this one engagement, right? This is a team sitting in 11th position, taking on a team that's sitting in 3rd on our overall rankings. There's no discrimination here, and they are looking to take out some of the heavy hitters early on. I mean, doing that damage, it's like, again, the target on the back of the teams that are doing phenomenally. Now, they're feeling a little bit of that pressure. Same with Zero Tolerance, who, unfortunately, for them, they're the team sitting in 2nd. So Solo Esports have their sights set on 3rd and 2nd place in this moment. And they are happy to take anyone and everyone. As you see, Rilla Insiders unfortunately getting sent back into the lobby. But Solo Esports, they are going to have to fight through nades for this one.
Yeah, I mean, if you either go big or you go home, and that is exactly what Solo is looking to accomplish right here, just laying on the aggression, trying to make these substantial gains, and so far, they are succeeding in that, as you can see, those 4 eliminations already locked in. It is going to be up to Phoenix now, holding on to that a little bit of an attic position now, just trying to figure out from where the next rush could be going. And this is such a unfavorable position now for Phoenix to be in, as we know, one nade could end it right there, but I don't think that is what Solo is necessarily going to be opting. Instead, they're going to be pushing up the staircase, finding those sprays and claiming those eliminations, and that is an absolutely glorious run for the players from Solo.
Like I said, taking out the team in 3rd place, taking out your competitors right at the top and making sure you're giving yourself enough space for later on. I mean, this is looking like such a phenomenal performance from those teams on the 2nd page. As we mentioned, you know, we were hunting and we were waiting for it because they need to step it up. I mean, if ever there was a time to set up, it's today. It's in this first map. But taking a look at it, of course, the elimination feed is showing a little bit of Slime 4KT magic, so hopefully my prediction is still on suit, although they don't yet have one. So please get one at least. Let's start this on a good note. But at least, hey, there we go, one. And it was Fexy. So
but that was also Fexy. Professor coming in with a little bit of devastation being dealt there. Now it's up to Eves to try and see maybe they can just sneak their way around, finding the angles onto the players from Apex. But again, a beautiful spread coming in from both Slime and Apex. So it's going to be a pretty tough play for either of these teams to lock that in. I got to say, though, Slime and Apex, very balanced with regards to the amount of aggression that they were showing just yesterday. So we know they are super capable in taking these altercations, but now it's going to come down to a little bit of that RNG and looking to see whether or not they can actually find these positions to play on through, as Professor now gets laid waste to. Down they go. The confirmation has been taken. And now it's up to Kage and Jassa to try and keep up the hopes for Apex as the numbers start to dwindle. But they're on a good opportunity here, right? They have an absolutely phenomenal chance where they can actually now just evade the engagements and the aggression being shown here by Slime and opt for a bit of a rotation or sneak along that western edge of the blue.
I definitely would. I wouldn't want to get contained at this point in time. If you continue this, you're on the edge, you're being kept in the blue. This is not how you want it to go, and unfortunately, Jess are going to be going down, so now it's a little bit of a race to find Kage, and he's just trying to get out of the situation, but it is what it comes down to, and unfortunately, Apex finding themselves in that situation. Going to be down to potentially a solo, as I think Kage might be able to get away, at least from Slime for KT, but maybe directly into the crosshairs of another team. We'll have to wait and see how they can navigate this this very, very scary terrain, but finding themselves in the zone, okay, and with 1 HP.
Wow! I mean, if you want to talk about luck, that is exactly what Kage had right there. Just narrowly escaping the inevitable. But fortunately, that we could see a little bit of a continuation coming through, at least now for Apex. But as we also then have the players from Slime looking to make a very similar rotation. I'm not quite sure if they may be still looking for Kage, but they are going to be finding the players from Zero Tolerance who will be more than willing to welcome them closer and closer to the edge of that zone. But this is where things get a little bit tough because Blue Zone is closing in. We can see EFX Suli also just looking in the direction of Slime's rotation, and this could be where things go a little bit south.
Yeah, I mean, if we're taking a look at this, we're just taking a little bit of, cognizance of what's happening. Of course, a lot of the teams are towards the outskirts of the zone, slowly and steadily moving in as they're trying to get a little bit more information. So we see a lot of teams running that 3-1 setup, trying to get a little bit of scouting information. But this is exactly why. Running shoulder to so many teams as Slime for KT now find Zero Tolerance, who have been battered and bruised up until this point, and now running from team to team, team fight to team fight. And now they have to deal with Slime for KT if they have a chance of moving forward. And who's up ahead of them? It's FX, it's Kage, it's Chaos Kings that can sit and hold that crossfire.
I mean, we knew it was going to be sweaty, but this is taking it to the next level as Skydo now also falls to the damage. It is going to be up to Lord to keep the hopes and dreams of Zero Tolerance alive through all the remainder of this Erangel. But as we look on towards Slime, they already have been able to find those 5 eliminations. Going to be looking to find even more, as it is a good bit of a position being held here. But let's see where they're going to be opting to move as the zone now takes an aggressive shift far to the eastern edge, and this is going to be forcing so many dangerous rotations from the team situated on this western edge now to try and get themselves resituated.
Of course, and I mean, the western edge and the southern edge were just in such crazy altercations. They have to immediately drop that and try find a safe pathing into that eastern shift that, as you mentioned, was just absolutely aggressive. It's like the zone just got some legs and just jumped on the other side of the blue. Now, looking at this, I mean, the teams moving in, BBC coming through from the southern side, FX and Solo Esports finding one another as the rest of the teams make a desperate sprint into the zone, as they desperately need to, of course. And for teams like Solo, again, we're vying here for the opportunity for them to jump up on the leaderboard. We're vying for an opportunity for Team FX sitting in 15th to take out some competition here.
Yeah, this is going to be the proving grounds, as this now will be the opportunity for them to do exactly that. And we see the players there from the Chaos Kings getting eliminated, but the engagements will still continue between Solo and EFX, as both teams are now just trying to hunker down their positions. It is going to be Sully and Mercury trying to make their way, trying to find a potential play to be had here. Spots an opportunity up to the hilltop, taking aim at the players there from Trinity. The team in Zimby now also going to be taking their bags and heading over to that lobby once again. Down to our final 9 teams. The action is now just going to continue to build as Solo and EFX now still need to defend. But Slime and Desert Flame right there alongside them.
And for Slime, I mean, they're trying to get into the zone here. Solo Esports, at least for the time being, in zone and within some semblance of safety, right? Slime for KT, they have to push into them, or they have to take the long rotation that might see them finding the Solo Kage. But that might waste a little bit too much time, especially with the zone moving on forward. So, teetering, it looks like they're thinking about whether or not this engagement is worth it. Of course, FX just trying to recover from that crazy engagement, earlier on. And the rest of the teams now trying to see where we move from this. Again, not a single team, just jumping into the center of the zone, because cover is abysmal at this point in time.
Well, I mean, Solo definitely having a really good position with regards to a hard cover. We can see Slime also not just trying to squeeze in behind them, but the blue zone is going to make it that extra little bit more challenging now for Slime, as we can see the nades are getting sent out here by Yuji Boy, just keeping those ears absolutely panned to perfection. And it's going to be up to Fexi and Plaza to reposition the team and aim for position a little bit further down south, as that zone has taken yet another aggressive shift. But Yuji Boy is going to get traded as Sully spots them out, and the fight will now come to some conclusion as the teams have no other option other than to rotate to that next shift.
Absolutely, and again, just that beautiful angel moment coming through from FX to just give Slime 4KT a moment of you just peace and quiet. But again, now look at this: Slime 4KT, FX, Solar Esports, as you mentioned, they kind of just have to drop it and get into the zone. Desert Flame now being taken out thanks to Lag Esports dropping the hammer and saying goodbye back to the lobby. Mad Knight also still needing to get into the zone. The only team that I'm looking at that's like, wow, relaxed, it's BBC sitting in the zone.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that one. BBC coming up with a really interesting position. The only team on the southern edge of zone, leaving the carnage to the northern edge. And this is going to be where Slime now looks to drive it through. Plaza, still trying to find that position, trying to find that angle to play, trying to see if they can maybe make something happen with that buggy. But it's going to be a super risky play, as you can see. Nico now also getting taken down in the vehicle as Solo looks to lock into their position. They want to anchor what they have in the zone, but it is going to be such a difficult play as EFX now steps to the plate once again. But I'm liking the sneaky approach coming through from Mad Knight, trying to ride in towards that eastern edge of the zone. But I'm still expecting quite a bit of carnage to come through between Slime and Lag, and it is going to be the end of the road as Slime now assaults yet another team.
Oh, getting a little bit of revenge there for Desert Flame. And I wanted to add on FX. What I'm loving about them is they're getting that perfect third-party timing. I mean, stealing kills away from Slime, stealing kills away from Solar Esports. They are just jumping in these altercations at the best possible moments just to steal something away. And then they back off. They go quiet and they stay safe. And now look at this. Happy to get involved with Slime 4KT just from a distance.
But definitely a big shift that we're seeing today is the teams are not letting any opportunities pass them by. They're going to be jumping at every chance they get to not only improve their positioning, but also pick up those eliminations. So we can see Pyro now picking up those nades, trying to reach all the way across. Mercury also taking aim at BBC, now picking up Falak, almost finding the head on towards Stunny right there alongside them. But Playboy for Solo, once again, as we saw in yesterday's first match, is going to be the lone survivor. And I'm looking to see whether or not Playboy is going to be looking to push that envelope a little bit further up. EFX, BBC, absolutely phenomenal with the amount of eliminations they've got locked into their names. And this is the kind of play that we want to see moving into these late few phases.
Oh, and just for BBC, the opportunity here. They are sitting bam last on the leaderboard right now, and they are one of the teams that I feel are in the best possible situation. So this is opportunity knocking at the door. This is an opportunity for BBC to make that jump. But now that rotation might throw a little bit of a wrench in the works here. Looking at the rotation they need to make to that northern side, and of course effects. All focus on them now as they find themselves zone blessed here. Oh, they did. They used not anymore.
I mean, that was a really strong effort being put in there by EFX. They, of course, are also sitting on 7 points, the same as BBC. So it's great to see the teams on the lower end of that leaderboard really applying so much pressure, trying to get themselves in quite a substantial position after this first initial match. We're going to see Sunny now looking to push on through, pulling up alongside Plaza. Will that be the play? No. Plaza might be the lone survivor, but that doesn't mean that they're not capable of defending their honor, their position moving in. And this is where we could actually see a little bit of a surprise assault coming through from the players here of Mad Knight, as that is exactly what happens as iSavage steps up and claims Slime 4KT. Now the final two teams left to duke it out, looking to see who's going to be the one to pick up that winner chicken dinner. Mad Knight down to only two, Amawin and iSavage, so we can see them situated on that eastern side. But the problem for them is now they need to move into zone, and BBC, they've got the controlling position, and they are just going to try and hunker down and just stop the players there from Mad Knight to even get close to this next phase.
I mean, silence on the battlefield right now as both teams are just waiting for the other to make a mistake here. And now for Amawin, that might have been just with this blue zone coming on in. It's moving on forward. It's forcing them to push up. But if they do, that is the opportunity that BBC are sitting and lying in wait for. Just a pixel, just a head, just anything, any sort of angle that they can leverage into that winner chicken dinner here. And that zone is not going to stop for anything. Mad Knight, both in the blue juice now. How does this one end, DK?
Oh, it's gonna end with a little bit of a sting if I'm being honest here. Mad Knight not having any option really other than just trying to out-heal the blue zone. But BBC, they've pretty much secured this phase. It's not going to stop Mad Knight from attempting shots inwards, as we can see. But unfortunately, it is going to be BBC to walk away victorious there. picking up that winner chicken dinner, and alongside the 10 eliminations, coming in with 1,535 damage.
Ooh, okay, look, it wasn't the crazy like 15 plus elimination game that I was waiting for, but that was a beautiful, massive performance for BBC in terms of the context that they went into this Erangel. Like I said, last team on the overall ranking, taking not only a winner chicken dinner, but 25 points on top of that. I would say that that's pretty massive. So I feel like my prediction is somewhat right. You know, I feel like this is a patchy prediction.
We will allow it. Right. We will allow it. In the situation that, given that BBC was certainly up against it, like you mentioned, they were at the very bottom, only having 7 points before this one. Now they've gone all the way up to 32, more than quadrupling their output that they've had so far in the finals of the Umzansi Esports League. And of course, we also got to give some love to the boy DK. Your prediction on damage, I haven't seen the MVP yet, but I imagine it won't be too far off. We have a decent number here. Still, BBC, not only have they been a squad that has emerged now with this winner chicken dinner on Erangel, they've not been the only team who was down in the dumps that also made a very strong push. Towards the end, their team EFX was also doing really well. Solo Esports started rising up in their performance as well. It does seem like today, everybody is recognizing that this is crunch time. No more opportunities, no more second chances. If you don't get yourself into a good position today, you just don't have the opportunity or the time to be able to do it tomorrow. And BBC, of course, showing us their efforts here. As you mentioned something that was very interesting, I think, at the very beginning of this match. I think it was around the time where we saw Team Unique getting eliminated. And you were talking about how this lobby right now, we're past the point of having any kind of discrimination between who's going to be doing what. All these squads are extremely strong, extremely cracked. And any given skirmish, in any given fight that you find yourself engaging, could easily be the other squad outclassing you in those moments. It feels like it's only really Slime 4KT at this point in time that can be 100% certain that they'll win most of the fights unless they get third-partied. And BBC, this is a good showcasing of the fact that you don't necessarily have to be the most watched-for team in the lobby, the most cracked team in the lobby. You have the skills necessary. So as long as you keep a cool head on your shoulders, winner chicken dinners are pretty much possible for you all the time.
I mean, they've been fighting against each other for like weeks now. You know, they kind of have an idea of who they're playing up against. And yes, like I said, you know, having a massive scoreline, it can have one or two things. You can intimidate the other team or you can put a target on your back. And that goes for anyone that's finding themselves on the first page, because the second page knows exactly who they need to target to get themselves a winning chance of getting on that first page. So that's what I loved about Solo Esports. I mean, they took on Team Unique. They took on, I think it was... yes, there's so many teams now that I'm thinking about. But either way, they were discriminating against who they are willing to take a skirmish against. It's just about making an opportunity for themselves in which that they were likely going to be walking away with an elimination, and were most of their players. Again, choosing the opportunities and choosing when to engage, it's that sort of discretion that is going to make the difference between, you know, a team that's just taking part and a team that's actually going to be the champion.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a good illustration of this, I think, DK, would be a squad like Team Nsimbi. They were eliminated 10th with 0 eliminations, unfortunately. So they are in the mix. They are doing what they need to do to at least remain somewhat competitive, getting like a point here or there, but not to the same degree as what we've seen from the squads that just wanted it more with this situation. Unfortunately, though, there is a little bit of bad news here, DK. Two pieces of bad news. The first one is that traditionally, especially in the playoffs, and as we've seen in the Umzansi Esports League, the winner of Erangel goes on to perform atrociously on Sanhok. And yesterday, we didn't see the usual repeat story of winning Erangel leading into a good story on Erangel Part 2. So as we look into our MVP here, I'm hoping that your damage numbers were correct. Talk to us about BBC. Did they impress you enough with their performance that you still have decent enough hopes for them going forward in the evening?
Well, first up, I want to say I was right about the person, but that's no surprise. Fexy is cracked. So, you know, that was the safest guess to take. So well done to Fexy. A very well-deserved MVP award coming through there once again. But, I mean, one thing that I'm really starting to see from how the teams are approaching these games, right, that is they come in with a mentality that it's not over until it's over. Not until they've played that final match. Now, that is not going to stop anyone from stepping up and just blowing us away. And BBC, they've done exactly that. They just stepped up and they were like, you know what? We might have started today in 16th place with 7 points, but that's nothing. That was yesterday. That is not today. Today, we are going to blow everyone away with our performances, and we're going to be looking to see where we can push this envelope to next.
Absolutely. Pushing the envelope is what is required here in the Umzansi Esports League if you want to walk away with that very, very lucrative $3,680, which is the #1 prize. Sexy Fexy, of course, yet again, proving to be the MVP for this one. As this is 4 in a row now of MVPs coming the way of Sexy Fexy. You'll have to correct me on this. You've been in the PUBG mobile hot seat for a longer time. So as we look at this match ranking, I think this is the first time this has ever been done, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Look, I mean, you're asking me for history knowledge, which my mind does not hold. But I have heard of, a couple of MVPs running in a string or running in at least a similar fashion. I haven't heard of 4 or in a row, and that maybe the opportunity to take that even further. So yeah, I'm definitely feeling like a record is up here for at least in terms of the not-win scene. So maybe.
I'm pretty sure it is. And Slime4KT, off the back of that, still find themselves gaining 22 points in total. The placement points, 10, eliminations, 12. So the usual spread that we see from that squad. BBC, of course, did take the lion's share of the points with the 25. EFX, very strong performance from them. Also finding themselves more than doubling their prior output, coming in on the 17 points. Mad Knights underneath them with 17. So decent, still consistent from them. Solo Esports, I think this should be enough, given how close things were, to elevate them into page #1. But of course, we'll see when the overall rankings are tallied down the line. The thing, as you know, DK, that I always keep my eye on, disparity. The top 6 teams, at least double digits. Everybody else underneath that, only 3 points or less apiece. That is, in my mind, very problematic. If you aren't Slime4KT, if you aren't Team Unique, who can maybe afford a sandbag here or there, this is going to bode very poorly for one of the squads that needed these points. And I'm especially looking at squads like Blackjack, like Zero Tolerance, even Desert Flame Esports to a lesser degree. I don't think they were in a comfortable position in the leaderboard beforehand. Only getting 1 point from Erangel Part 1 is not going to assist them in their efforts to try and climb to the mountaintop.
Yeah, not the way that you want to start off the day. So definitely going to be expecting them to try and patch that up. But I mean, we can blame that on the absolute insane performance we saw coming through from BBC and EFX. Both these teams were sitting at the bottom end of the leaderboard. They just blew it away. As we saw the aggression that they showed there, the eliminations they found, the way that they just had handled themselves and dealt with the threats coming through in this game. I'm not surprised to see the second page looking the way it does. Ideally, we'd love to see a little bit more of a better spread with regards to the eliminations. But I think this is no surprise looking at the first match of day 2. This was kind of to be expected.
Absolutely. With the type of aggression that they outlaid, it's going to be very difficult for these squads. I mean, somebody has to be giving up those eliminations, and regrettably, these squads at the bottom were put on the sacrificial altar here. As we take a look at what this means for the overall rankings, though, that's where it really becomes important. Everybody has to remember that here in the finals weekend, every single squad will participate in every single match, and only at the very end of tomorrow will we be able to crown an out-and-out champion. So for now, after match number 5, Slime4KT still enjoying their pole position. Strong finish here in Erangel means that they stay at #1 spot with still a pretty hefty margin to themselves. Mad Knights doing enough to try and climb up and up. Zero Tolerance skills. Poor performance from them, Team Unique and Desert Flame Esports will mean that they're going to be sliding further down the card. Erstwhile teams like Team Lag and Solo Esports will be climbing up a little bit here. I am a little bit sad for the side of BBCS because they only have in total after their performance there, I think 32 points. So they are just outside of those top 8. However, I feel like it's probably still a massive dub for them to go from bottom at 16th to like 9th, 10th. That still represents a pretty decent progression. And if they can do this kind of performance again, then it's really, really guaranteed that they'll find themselves in the top 8. So do you think that that thought in their mind is going to be there to galvanize them before we go into the next maps?
I would hope so, because I mean, you've got 7 maps, 7 opportunities, if you can take a look at that. If they can just at least stay consistent in somewhat, they don't necessarily need to have such massive gains, but just stay somewhat consistent. Let's get, 10 or so plus points up as we go. I mean, double digits, that's always going to be great. You're going to find yourself in such a better position. Again, easier said than done, but it's a huge opportunity for them. That massive, massive leap in the first game of today, that has to run for momentum. At the very least, they need to be absolutely hyped going into this next game.
Yeah, this next map is going to be kind of nuts on Sanhok. The thing I am concerned about, though, DK, It is really starting to feel like Slime is pulling away from the rest of the pack. It was one thing when we came into the day and it's like, well, they're ahead, but the gap between them and number 2 is only 24 points. One good game can change that up. Good sir, now it's 27, and it feels like they are slowly but surely trying to extend that, especially considering that ZTS, Unique, and Desert Flame, who were close to them beforehand, have now all dropped off a little bit. What must happen? How do you catch the squad? How do you deal with them? How do you prevent Sexy Fexy from getting these MVPs every single game?
Well, first I'll start by making it a little bit worse. It's 37 points instead of
Oh my-
27. So that's an even bigger gap to try and close up, right? So, well, now that that's out of the way, like I said yesterday when you asked me the very similar question, right? That would require probably a full-on assault on Slime
Just
by
full on
all
target.
the other teams, right? I mean, they've got to paint the target on Slime and just go, hunt a few snakes somewhere. That's the only way that you're going to be able to stop Slime at this point. Will that happen? I don't think so. I do not think that the teams are going to be looking to adopt that approach to come through to target one particular team. I still think they're going to be playing out their strategies as they normally would, looking to step in and just play the best possible game they can play themselves. But yes, something needs to be done about Slime, at least for the other teams, because they're on a rampage, right? They are just bullying this lobby into something else.
Absolutely. Slime 4KT showing that not all strategies, not all tactics come equal here in the game of PUBG Mobile. And of course, that's rewarding them with the #1 spot. But here on the second page, we've spoken about BBC and their elevation from being 16th. They are now 9th, very, very close to getting into that top page. And of course, this also represents a massive difference in the prize pool that can be apportioned towards them. Team EFX also doing enough to try and climb a little bit up, but at the bottom, Trinity Gaming, Blackjack Esports, Team Nzimbi, all falling further and further down the card, occupying these bottom 3 positions. You're the coach here, S-Proxy. Let's say they've come to you right now. We need immediate advice. We need a patch. We need some tactics. What on earth do we do to try and get ourselves back into a winning position?
Yeesh, putting me in the hot seat here. Look, it started off well for Blackjack Esports. They found that initial engagement, and they were looking like pretty energized and pretty ready to take it further. And then they fell off. Their rotations weren't quite on the point where they needed it to be. They weren't finding themselves good opportunities to take those eliminations further. They definitely weren't in a good position in terms of defending themselves and keeping themselves alive to take them further into the zone. So they fell off pretty early on, even though they started with some good energy in the beginning. So it's going to be about consistency. It's going to be, again, about making those vital decisions of, okay, listen, we could take this engagement, but what is it going to cost us? It's going to cost us time. It's going to cost us, inventory in terms of consumables and ammunition. Should we take it? Should we rotate instead? We saw that with many of the other teams. They could have gotten more eliminations, but that might not have meant they went into that top 5. So for Blackjack specifically, because we focused on them a little bit, just take it a little bit further, man. Maybe take it a little bit slower and just really think about whether or not the decisions you're making or have been making up until this point have been helping you or disabling you in terms of the rest of the map.
Unfortunately for them, it doesn't help that the next map they're going into is going to be Sanhok, a map that doesn't necessarily allow you the time nor the space to make the best decisions possible unless you just have pretty much reflexive plays happening on that map. So we'll be seeing very shortly how the squads are all going to be matching up on that all-important Sanhok. But before that, we're going to be taking a small break. And when we return, we continue the action. We continue day 2 of the finals, and we get ourselves deeper into this championship run. We will see you in just a moment. So for now, this is Snare, DK, and S-Proxy signing out. We'll be right back. Welcome back, one and all, here to Season 5 of the Umzansi Esports League. It is finals weekend, and we are deep into things here on the PUBG mobile side of things. About to enter into Sanhok to see how match number 6 is going to be working out here in the finals weekend. And the way it's been stacked up right now, looking like Slime4KT is extending a pretty large lead at the top. However, I'm really hoping that some other squads can do a miracle like BBC, win this map, and hopefully put Slime4KT to bed. Before we get into it, DK, tell me, who is going to be on the radar? Who's our dark horse that has the potential to pull off a BBC upset?
BBC upset. If I'd have to go with that, I'd put my money on Lag, right? I'd say they've been showing a really good potential so far in the first match today. Also, a little bit of that yesterday as we saw an absolutely glorious start on Erangel, but I'm going to be hopeful that Lag kind of pieces it together, pushing in today, and they really go, snake hunting.
Oh, I hope they go snake hunting, cutting through the grass and getting as much out of this as humanly possible. Of course, many times in the past, it has been the case here in the Umzansi Esports League that a team that does well on Erangel doesn't necessarily do so well on Sanhok. But however, we're going to be finding out whether or not that's going to be true this time for the side of BBC. As Erangel is finished, Sanhok is ready, and we have S Proxy and DK ready on the mic once more. Please take it away. But before you do, S, I want to hear your caster's curse for one of these squads here who's not going to be doing well on this map of Sanhok. Take it away, y'all. I'll talk to you afterwards.
Why? What? Okay, listen. Okay, let's put the curse on the top dogs, right? DK, let's give it to Slime4KT. Let's give the rest of them a little bit of break here. We want to see Slime go down, and we want to see the rest of the teams catch up to that crazy amount at the top of that scoreboard.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, this is Sanhok, aka Slungok, so I don't know where that's gonna go, but
Look,
we'll find out.
Stretch.
We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out how that one will pan out. As we can see, Slime, of course, they're gonna be pushing straight up into boot camp. But fortunately for them, there's no one to contest them in that position. It is, however, looking quite spicy up towards Paradise, right? With the players from Underrated, we've got maybe one of the players from Mad Knight in the vicinity. We've got a little bit of a spread out jump coming through there from Blackjack, as well as the players then from EFX also looking to bring in a little bit of a partial disruption there with Pyro. And then we can see this entire squad of Trinity Gaming actually dropping down there as well. So aside from that, the zone actually looks relatively decent, right? The team's very spread out. Not quite sure what Mad Knight is going for with such a wide spread. We can see Ammo win all the way over towards that eastern side, already secured within the zone. But they could actually get caught out by the players coming through from Team Inzimbi. So, I don't know. It leaves a little bit to be desired, I would say. At least for Mad Knight. But maybe they've got a plan that we can't figure out just yet.
Perhaps. There's always opportunity here for these teams. But if I want to take a look at it, and if I'm really worried right now, I am looking at teams like Zero Tolerance that had like a pretty rough start in terms of the teams kind of just really focusing them. And I'm also looking at Solar Esports, who we know they jumped up a little bit. I was hoping to see a little bit more from them in terms of the points they garnered from it as well. But it was a fantastic start for them to into today's games. And if that's going to continue, if they're going to have that same sort of energy, just jumping into any sort of engagements they could find, I feel like they could be a real scary target, especially with a team like FX running around, getting taken out by Blackjack. Confirmed. Okay.
I mean, that was actually quite fitting because it was Phoenix and Pyro, right? There's a lot of similarities there as to what the name kind of lends itself towards. So I think that was a fair exchange. So well done. But I gotta say, one team that I'm gonna be keeping an eye on here is gonna be the players from Solo, right? One thing that we forgot to point out on the desk is it jumped all the way from where they were sitting over in 11th place up to 7th in one match. It seems like they've come into today with quite a bit of a plan. So I'm going to be looking to see what they have in store for us. And if they continue to build on the momentum that they've been able to bring in on that very first game, this could be a glorious day 2 to come on in, at least, for Solo. So yeah, we'll see kind of how that one pans out and plays out as well. I guess that's what happens when you try to say pan and plan all in the same word, right?
Yeah,
how that plans out.
So what's interesting about that is, yes, as I was trying to point out, Solo didn't make the massive jump that BBC did, right? They didn't go all the way from last into nearly the first page, but the jump they did make puts them in a very good contentious spot. I mean, sitting, close to where underrated esports used to be, and just close towards Team Lag and Mad Knight, who were pretty on fire. But another team that I was also looking at was Team FX. I mean, at one point we were looking at them, they had 7 eliminations in the back pocket. They took out teams, eliminations from teams like Slime 4KT, from Solo, from Zero Tolerance. Like, they were just as active as what Solo Esports were. And so, again, it's not as crazy of a jump for them because they had to start from 15th. So they didn't make the leap that BBC did, but they had that good energy, running for them. I'm just hoping that the placement points are going to start matching the eliminations, and then we could be seeing them making just as good as an improvement as Solo and BBC are doing today.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of hopefulness with that regard. Teams just looking to balance out the table, right? Looking to kind of square up the placement points with those eliminations. And looking at Solo and Apex, right? They've been super aggressive though. They have more eliminations than placement points. So if they now put a little bit of priority on looking to secure those placement points alongside the aggression that we know that they can show, I think it's going to be quite a substantial gain that they can have right there. And of course, speaking about gains, you're going to be looking at Maestro gaining an advantage with a little bit of that DBS action on towards Devo coming through from the players there of Chaos. And it was such a surprising play coming through from Desert Flame getting taken out. That was very, very surprising to see. So I'm not quite sure what happened there, but we're going to be looking for a little bit of an improvement coming through onto Sanhok.
I would hope so, absolutely, because again, a massive team that we were looking at, a team that was one of the teams closest to Slime 4KT, now dropping off in that first map. Again, first map of the day, maybe just getting, the warm-up going on, as we are. I'm shaking off the casting rust here. Maybe they're just, getting ready for the rest of the evening. So hopefully the rest of the maps are going to be a little bit more positive from them. But it was definitely a very interesting jump. It wasn't the team I was expecting to read off back into the lobby. So I don't know. We did see them take a little bit of damage there in the feeds, but for the time being, I mean, they do have to look towards Chaos Kings, there towards Camp Alpha, and that's the closest immediate threat. And then maybe Mad Knight next, depending on how they're going to be taking this rotation into zone. What are you thinking? Do you think they're going to just fall back from this? Just get the players as much as they can, fall back into zone immediately, or maybe get a bit of revenge for the damage dealt?
I mean, ideally, I'd like to see Desert Flame focusing on positioning in the zone instead of lingering around with the threat of blue zone closing in as well, right? Because that is something that's sometimes overlooked. Teams forget the damage that comes from the blue zone. First phase not doing that much, but if it's something that's not checked, that can result in a very detrimental kind of position for that team then. So I'm also kind of expecting Desert Flame to start rotating south instead of north towards the players from Mad Knight. So I'm hoping for something to go past Ruins through Painan and get themselves into the zone following that kind of rotational path. At least that's what I hope that they would be doing. I mean, only time will reveal what exactly it is they're going to be looking to bring on through. But speaking about that, we also then see the players from Chaos coming in with a little bit of rotation play, right? Opting for a little bit more of a secluded rotational path back in towards the zone. But that's all going to start to change relatively soon as we do have blue zone closing up. You can see the players here from Team Apex holding a steady position on towards Slime as the shots now get sent through there from Professor. But some good discipline being shown here by the players of Apex, right? Just lying in wait, waiting for Slime or any other player for that point, really just to step up into the site so they can line up those hits and just drive it through.
Oh, this was meditated. This was revenge from Erangel, right? This was Professor saying, hey, you took me out in Erangel. Here you go. Bullet straight into the dome. So at least a little bit of just a hello. How's it going to Slime 4KT? I don't think necessarily that's going to, at least for the time being, result in any eliminations for them, but it's definitely going to waste some consumables and give them a little bit of okay, that just appeared. But for the rest of Team Apex's opportunities here, they do need to be a little bit worried because, as you mentioned, those rotations coming through, they are surrounded, is the best way that I can say it. I mean, there's a team to the right, there's a team to the left, there's teams coming through from that northern side and from the southern side, trying to get closer and closer to the center of the zone, which of course Apex find them pretty darn close to. So for now, we'll see how that's going to pan out for them. They're just going to be going quiet. Chaos Kings with that botation, which I thought was the godsend here for the Desert Flames, because they could just take the rotation in. But because they've done this now, Mad Knights, with that 3-1 setup, have just found themselves a couple of eliminations here, potentially.
Yeah, Chaos trying to play that, they're trying to come in with that BBC play, trying to run that rotation. The one thing that they didn't really do was stay well away from that coastline. With ammo win on the shoreline there, that resulted in the vehicle going boom boom, and the Chaos King is not looking too great after that. And with the addition of Blue Zone moving through, I do think that Devo and Trix could be in for a little bit of a troubling position, as Minato also now gets traded down, and Swag could be in a world of trouble here, as they are, well, obviously in need of a little bit of oxygen. It's one of those games that is relatively close to real life, and we can see the Beast also now just sneaking up behind them.
Oh no, this is just... Oh, this is brilliant. I mean, the skin on the boat, just everything about Mad Knight right now just screams, oh, thank you for the silver platter of eliminations that you just offered up to us. This is exactly what they needed going into this game. I mean, they find themselves in a pretty good position, but I mean, who's not going to say no? Who's going to say no to any sort of eliminations right off of the bat? So, yes, a rotation has to be made for them. They're in the blue juice, but it's Sanhok. It's not a far stretch. They will be fine getting into the zone. And I mean, DK, if we take a look at the rotation that they have to make, I think it's going to be quite a peaceful, if I can even go that far to say rotation. They don't really have any contention here.
Yeah, and they don't have really far to go, and all the other teams are quite some distance away. The nearest team to them at this point in time is going to be the players from Trinity, situated all the way in Paradise. So there's a lot of terrain and space for them now to utilize here. But I gotta say though, for the players there from Chaos Kings, right, they got dealt with that double whammy, right, the double dose of blue juice, because they were in the drink and in the blue zone. So once it double stacks on you like that, it's a little bit unfortunate, but it goes the way it goes. And now we look over to the players here from Solo Esports, who are looking to contest against Rilla Insider. And this could be a good angle now, being held here by Solo, right? They've got this elevated advantage. They've got a good angle to play down on towards them. And fortunately for them, Rilla Insider is pretty close. They're like really nestled up close to each other. So there could be some really interesting sprays to be had here, as we can see Altanix and Indiags stepping up, capitalizing on that as they now get the confirmation in on Slay. And it's going to be up to Matrix and Zeke just up ahead as the shots continue to rain on through. But that means that Trip is quite some distance away, right? All the way over towards Cave.
Oh, yeah, I mean, what a rotation to run. I mean, you're running at your teammates who are already down, looking to be confirmed eliminated as Playboy is making the move up, and bam, there we go, 2 down. You're just watching the elimination feed, and now you're like, well, I've been running for nothing, so time to run away, because now the focus has to be on survival here. The focus has to be on placement points, just trying to live the name of Rilla Insiders longer in the Sanhok game, and hopefully get them a little bit of something for their efforts at least, because they definitely don't want to go down as the 15th team. Oh, the bubbles on the scoreboard, the zero placements is just not a great ad. But taking a look at it, still a few more rotations that are coming through from that southern side, and of course Solo, again, so active, so just vibrant in terms of the opportunities they're creating for themselves.
But I like this approach coming through. I mean, this is the kind of mentality that you want to showcase moving into the second day. The first day not necessarily working out too favorably, but the improvements coming through on the second day, just the vast change up, the dynamic shift that we've been seeing, that is the kind of approach we want to have, not only for Solo, but for the teams in general. And Apex also are going to be keeping a very steady position. Again, Professor, looking over on towards Slime, we could see another repeat of that previous knock continuing here once again, if the players there from Slime are not too careful. But it's interesting to see that Slime is not really moving about too much. Yes, they are mobile in the current position, but they've not rotated from that position. Pretty much just keeping their kind of position locked in, trying to explore the territory, looking to see if they can find a few opportunities. But I'm quite curious that Slime has not opted for play towards Trinity, who are still held up in towards Paradise.
Yeah, maybe just keeping it quiet for the time being. I mean, they are getting quite a bit of pressure here from Team Apex, who constantly keep finding them and just like doming them, just saying, hello, we are still here, we are aware of you, and we are waiting for you. It could be a case of they're trying to just discern, okay, is this worth it? Because if they do make that push into Trinity, what are they opening themselves up to? As we know, Sanhok, third party, beautiful territory. But still plenty of teams, though, to be wary of at this point in time. But maybe just holding it back a little bit, just taking a little bit of information about their surroundings and gathering what they can make as the next move, especially with that zone coming in.
Yeah, well, speaking about holding stuff back, right? Desert Flame and Mad Knight are going to be holding back on their rotation somewhat. Both these teams still pretty much situated out in that blue zone, as we did see that knock coming through onto the Beast, and that is going to be 6 now to follow through with a little bit of continuation on that. It's a very interesting position for both these teams actually to look to take any particular altercations, and we also now see a little bit of that aggression being shown towards the southern edge of the zone with the players from Unique and Solo now getting into a bit of a back and forth. But they need to be careful because, as we can see, Zero Tolerance also in the vicinity, in the area. And it does seem like Zero Tolerance are in a position where they could actually set up a bit of a gatekeep here. So this could be somewhat of a costly play now, turning towards the place here from Solo.
Oh, absolutely. And again, what I love about this is just the constant, conversation about position. I mean, we take Mad Knight and Desert Flame as an example. They were rubbing shoulders after yesterday's, respectively sitting in 4th and 5th position, and now they're looking to take each other out. And potentially here with Solo Esports looking at Zero Tolerance, who again after yesterday finished in 2nd place. And they were hot on their heels in Erangel, and now they're getting a little bit of the taste of their own medicine, unfortunately. So still 3 players in the action. They still have a very good opportunity to take this further. Taking at their rotation though, Zero Tolerance is kind of in their way if they want to take that direct route into the zone. So they'll have to maybe just take a little bit of a wider stance into the zone. Again, if they teeter towards that western side, I'm very worried they might be finding themselves in the crosshairs of Slime for KT. I don't know what you think.
Well, I mean, they are currently situated right alongside Quarry, right? So it does provide a few angles to play at, as we can see Indiags now just trying to utilize the hard cover provided by these compounds. But Zero Tolerance, they actually were holding a relatively good position. Now that they've started to move a little bit further north, I think that's where the kind of position fell apart, because they would have had a beautiful angle down onto the place here from Solo Esports. But so that's actually quite a fortunate play now in favor of Solo. But as we jump over to that eastern side of the zone, we can see BBC, Lag, and Blackjack being presented with a bit of an opportunity here. We can see Kakao is going to be just exploring, looking to gather an extra little bit of information before making a decisive play. But this could be that opportunity now for Blackjack to start finding a few more eliminations and actually play out a strong strategy, because they've got 2 teams right alongside them, and they do possess some really good hard cover being presented by Camp Bravo.
I absolutely hope that this is the opportunity that Blackjack has been waiting for, because of that huge jump that BBC made, they've actually gone further down on the overall ranking. So the pressure for them that was already built on pretty thick by us this at the beginning of the show is even thicker at this point in time. So they really need to build themselves a better repertoire going into the rest of the Sanhok game, and hopefully continue with that momentum, because again, they started this game off with 1 elimination. Once again, 2 maps in a row that they're starting with that early, like, oh, hello, thank you very much. But where does it end? And why does it end so suddenly? They need to take this further. So they just mustn't get stuck now, because that zone shift has gone all the way to the western side of the zone. So it's the furthest rotation for them, and they've got 2 teams right in their crosshairs.
Well, speaking about crosshairs, right, it's going to be Berserk now to take a bit of a swing there over on towards BBC. A good amount of waiting has been done by Kakao, now taking a little bit of damage out in the blue. But I'm liking the position coming through there from 1-9 and Fantasy 2K as well, as we can see them now starting to close in on towards BBC. So this could be quite the distraction now being had here, as we can see spot Nihal up ahead. Fantasy drives it in, picks up the first of potentially many knocks in their favor, but Zero Tolerance and Solo now finally stepping up into the mix as both these teams go toe-to-toe. It is going to be up to Yuji Boy now to keep up the defenses as they do find a beautiful nade on towards Skydo and Paradox. It's going to be the final hopeful. Let's see whether or not this play is going to work out in favor. Paradox sets it up and pushes through and finds the elimination. It is going to be Solo Esports to get sent away, but Slime, they're going to be looking for those third-party angles to play now.
I mean, why wouldn't they? They smell blood. They saw what happened in the elimination feed. They want to get a piece of the action here. They've also moved into the zone, and for the time being, they're pretty much left to their own devices towards the southern part of the new zone. So they've got some pretty interesting things in their crosshair now that they're just waiting for an opportunity to jump in on. But man, what a hold there by Zero Tolerance to stay in it. I mean, the pressure was laid on thick, and out there it is, the opportunity that Slime 4KT was waiting for. And of course, who is it? It's Fexy. It's Fexy jumping in
yes. I mean, who else would it be? Slime just so good at, jumping at these opportunistic plays. We can see them just, again, capitalizing on those positions. But speaking about opportunities, right? Berserk also now being presented with an opportunity to continue that altercation with the players from BBC. They've got a surplus of meds just lying there in wait should they decide to pick those up and just, ensure that they can actually maintain a bit of a fight up in the blue zone. But, I mean, 29, that is an absolute insane amount of meds being held, but the opportunity there on Kratos could maybe just pass them by, as it is going to be Falak to take some of that damage. But both these teams are still some distance away from zone, and at this point, seeing that we're moving into these late phases, they need to prioritize getting out of that blue zone and much closer to the zone. We also then see the players from Team Inzimbi now putting the pressure up to Blackjack as they start moving towards the zone, rushing straight on forward, and this is where Inzimbi is now going to be put to the test, showing whether or not they can actually hold their own alongside a team like Blackjack.
Oh, again, just the constant battle of the teams finding themselves there on that second page of the overall rankings, and the jump between, okay, is it going to be Blackjack, is it going to be Inzimbi, is it going to be even FX, who started off with fantastic eliminations in that first Erangel, now swiveling their heads trying to find the same sort of success. Really, Inside is being confirmed out, and FX once again still looking for a bit more as Team Unique lie in wait ahead of them. And again, this is where the danger really comes in, because all of these third parties is how our numbers keep dropping like absolute flies, DK.
Yeah, and Wizard are going to look to make a little bit of magic happen, not wanting to be one of those flies. Instead, going to be looking to send a few other players backing. But this is where the challenge comes in. A very isolated position. A lot of pressure held in the vicinity here. We do see the players now from Blackjack looking to mount the aggression as they push on forward, picking up those eliminations, the confirmations, as it is now MG and Zane trying to clear it out. Reverb still holding us back somewhat in that blue zone, but it's not too bad of an approach coming through from Blackjack. However, they need to try and get themselves well ahead of that blue, as it could now be Wizard. Oh, tries to come through with some of that magic, but it's not going to be a successful play. Instead, they get taken down as MG puts a stop to that. EFX also finding themselves in a bit of an altercation, as we can see over on towards this eastern side, but a heavily congested eastern play, right? We got Zero Tolerance, we got Slime, we got Underrated, we got Blackjack, we got EFX, so many teams in the vicinity, and this is where they need to keep their heads on those swivels, and it is going to be Blazot to get picked up next.
Oh, and it's just going to get worse and more worse, because not only is it the teams that you've just mentioned, but there's still stragglers coming on through from that eastern side. There's still more teams to yet, jump into the action, if we can say it that way. But Slime 4KT with a beautiful start, picking up Zero Tolerance and the remainders of those rotations that had to come through. Unfortunate for Zero Tolerance, of course, but it has to happen at some point, right? So looking at this now, there's a few more teams that are going to be under the microscope, as of course Fixie looking to go for that second, fifth MVP in a row here?
Well, they do succeed in finding quite a beautiful nade up in towards Underrated there. Now adding a total of 2 eliminations to their belt, but they're not out of the woods just yet. We got Clutch also moving in alongside them, so we can see those nades now being sent back in return. Up comes a bit of a spray. Let's see whether or not Clutch can actually get this one in the bag. Ooh, up comes a bit of a push. Oh, so just fishing for hit markers out in the smoke. Up comes the rock, and it's going to be Fexy to just time that shot to perfection, just strafing out at the opportune moment. but this could still be an absolutely phenomenal performance coming through from Slime, seeing that they've got such a controlling position all the way down on towards the southern edge. I'm actually going to be looking to the plays here from Apex to try and bring a bit of a stop to the plays there from Slime, seeing that they've got these angles held up in the compounds.
I mean, you want to talk about cover? Absolutely. I mean, you've got Slime 4KT on the one side, we've got Team Apex on the other, now looking towards Fixie. Yes, no MVP for you. It's exactly what's happening here. Kage looking to take out at least some numbers here from Slime 4KT, which exactly is what we need them to do, just to stop that onslaught that 4KT could actually bring to this, but also just keep hold of their numbers. Now, a little bit of a pretty brave push coming on through, just trying to reposition, and they kind of have to at this point in time. Slime 4KT, yes, you see 8 teams in the top left, right? You see 8 teams, they're not all here. It's just Apex, it's just Slime 4KT finding themselves in the zone for this contention, for the winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, but I gotta say though, Blackjack really stepping up with quite a surprising play. Of those 8 eliminations locked in. I mean, that is the kind of a performance we want to see, and they could still finish well with those placement points. But it is going to come down to what Apex and Slime is going to be doing with the zones. We can see that shift now moving in favor of Slime, and this is where they're going to look to just hunker down, lock in these positions, and just defend the zone, because they know if they apply that strategy, they are pretty much secured with yet another insane finish and yet even more placement points alongside the eliminations they've already been able to find.
Again, this is that target moment. This is the moment where if, Apex can take Slime 4KT out here, they have the opportunity of going down in 6th place. The rest of the teams have an opportunity to get that placement points, and the numbers are there for Apex. They just need to get this push.
Ooh, up comes the rush. Up comes the rush. Apex not trying to make magic happen here, as we can see Andrew on the assault. Will he be able to find it? No, going toe-to-toe now with Eves. Oh, the numbers starting to fall. Andrew not finding the opportunity, and the damage really starting to go down. Oh, and it is going to be 5 to step in and find that final nail in the coffin, locking it up and securing Slime with another glorious, glorious match. But it is going to come down to our stragglers situated out in the blue zone. As we can see, it is going to be Phoenix coming through for Team Unique. Berserk now getting taken down. And that is yet another victory for Slime 4KT.
Oh.
I mean, you want to talk about consistency. You were saying you got to give a cost a curse. I think you misspelt it. I think you misspelt it. That turned into a blessing. So, I mean, Slime feeling very happy with that result.
Listen, I mean, Snare asked me to give it to someone. I had to give it to someone that would make something happen for the rest of the teams. Again, I said it was a stretch. It was a stretch to say that, Slime 4KT were not going to do well on this map where, I mean, the main component of this map is being able to react to situations, to stay calm, and to take it bit by bit to make sure that you are the winner chicken dinner at the end of it. And Slime 4KT, they are so proficient in that. What did you call Sanhok again?
Slunghawk, yes,
Yeah.
And they just keep that one ringing, right? Coming in with the 9 eliminations and nearly 1,500 damage being dealt. An absolutely glorious performance there. I mean, we can't fault Slime on anything that they've done so far. But I got to say, though, it was, quite an interesting play coming through across the board. And Blackjack really surprising us with a good, decent, strong amount of eliminations.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Blackjack Esports coming up a little bit there. But unfortunately, as Proxy, thank you for proving to us that curses and blessings do not exist, because it did not apply to Slime 4KT. They just went absolutely ham. As per usual, we see them coming up with a dub CD here. 24 points. Even further stretching the lead, and not only stretching the lead between themselves and all the other squads beneath them, they are also the first squad here to crack the triple digits. Here in the finals weekend of the Umzansi Esports League, we're going to be having 3 days of action, 4 maps a day. So that officially means here is that we are halfway through these finals weekend, and at this halfway mark, I'm really struggling to see who can catch up to Slime 4KT, but we'll talk about them in a second. The thing I really want to discuss though, we wanted Blackjack Esports to step up. They did. It came a little bit late, but is it too late, or do they still have enough time to try and make a very strong splash in the placement points going down the line?
Listen, it's really going to come down to that competition. Again, I'm just glad you didn't turn me into a caster curse. So thank you for that. Thank you, Slime 4KT. Thank you. What's really going to come down for Blackjack's success in this point is, again, that jump. getting into a good opportunity where you can focus on either the team just above you or below you to get yourself some more points, and staying consistent with the momentum they brought into Sanhok. Because yes, again, they've been so good at starting with an early elimination and then carrying that on further, and managing to pick up such crazy engagements there towards that later phase where everything was just going absolutely crazy. That speaks to the volume of, you know, experience that Blackjack have. I mean, we've been saying this, they're a team that has this experience. We know what they can do, and they're starting to show that. They just need to keep pushing. Please just keep pushing for the rest of today and tomorrow.
We've seen it too many times here in the Umzansi Esports League where a team will have one very decent map and then fail to really capitalize on the rest. One of the other squads, unfortunately, that did that yesterday was Team Lag. Very well on Erangel, a somewhat tepid day for the rest of the maps. You were saying, DK, that one of the squads that you'd have an inkling might have a dark horse performance in them would be a team like Team Lag, and they showed up. They might not have gotten the dub CD, but they still found themselves in the pole position at the very end, being very competitive throughout it. What do you think they did differently that they weren't doing on Erangel that allowed them to pull out this kind of performance? You know, we're about to have an MVP. I don't even think we need to. Are we going to wait? Hold on. Before we get the answer. Is it sexy again? Is it sexy fexy? I hope.
I think so.
I hope.
I think so.
Let's see.
Or maybe it's gonna be someone from Blackjack. I think it's gonna be someone from Blackjack.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a big moment because it could be for the 5th time in my gosh. Sexy. 5 back to back. 4 eliminations. Who even cares at this point? Now I just want to really see this keep rolling. Every single map, I want Sexy Fexy to be grabbing this MVP. But back to the question, DK. Team Lag leveled up. Blackjack leveled up. What were they not doing that they started doing that allowed them to get that better return here on Sanhok?
It just looked like there was a little bit more consistency with regard to the execution of their strategies, right? It just seemed like they were even more focused moving into Sanhok. It's like they come to the realizations like they need to do something, because sitting at that position much further down on the leaderboard, that's not where we are accustomed to be seeing them. So they also then need to kind of change that up. And the only people that can change it is them, right? They are the ones in power there. So I'm really happy to see that improvement coming through, that they are once again starting to showcase. We are seeing that light, that it's starting to light up once again. We want to have that happen more consistently throughout the remainder of this event.
Absolutely. We certainly do want to see them being able to keep picking it up and make this a much more competitive lobby, as right now Slime4KT making it look a little bit one-sided. There was, though, a little bit of hope here, Proxy. There was a moment where Slime4KT and they were being pushed into by Team Apex. Unfortunately, even though the numerical advantage was there for Apex, the execution just wasn't. But the one thing, this was one of the few times that we did see Slime4KT pressed even slightly on this day of competition. Can that keep happening? Will other squads, if let's say if it was a zero tolerance skills, say a Blackjack Esports, say a Team Lag that was making that push, do you think we'd still be seeing Slime4KT coming away with this winner chicken dinner?
No, look, again, as DK has mentioned, if we do have that coordinated, you know, just assault on towards team Slime4KT, and the advantage is in the other team's court, then yeah, we definitely will be seeing Slime4KT fall, right? They're not invincible, no team is invincible, but you saw with that moment with Apex taking 4 players up against the 2 of 4KT, just one moment of hesitation, just one moment of peeking a little bit too soon, or peeking out of cover, or giving them enough time to reload the gun so that they can spray you down, they're gonna take that opportunity and take you out. I mean, there's a reason we give so much focus towards Slime4KT. They've proven themselves time and time again. They are previous Umzansi season winners. They know what they're doing. So you can't give them an edge. You can't give them a moment to even just, oh, yeah, we've got the answer for this. So
Absolutely.
You need to be perfect. You need to have that execution down.
I mean, we see here exactly how far ahead Slime4KT is from the rest of the pack, as they have gotten themselves 24 points, which Team Unique would have to add plus 10. Blackjack and Team Lag would have to combine their points tally to try and reach what Slime got for themselves here on Sanhok. Team Apex not too far behind on 11 points, ZTS on 10, and then of course Team EFX and Underrated Esports will be bringing up the rear of our top 8 on 6 and 5 points respectively. We are starting to get to that point in the tournament though, DK, where the team that gets the most amount of eliminations, or rather the most amount of points in a map, is also just hogging everything. So the distribution it's been beautiful to watch, right? We started yesterday with it being extremely even at the beginning. It became very lopsided quite quickly because of how Slime looked. Then it became a little bit more even again, but it became even for everybody except Slime. But that makes it beautiful because it does mean that at any given point in time between today and tomorrow, what the top 16 looks like outside of maybe that top 1 position, it's still anybody's game.
Yeah, I mean, the adaptation being shown by the teams as they're progressing through these matches. Slime, just like we said yesterday, right? They shedded into a new phase, and they are just jumping at every and any opportunity that moves. But the problem comes in is that they have been able to be so successful in capitalizing on those opportunities presented to them that it makes it so challenging and so tough for any of the other teams to not only correcting those opportunities, but to try and turn that in their favor. And I think there's going to be a lot of hard work for anybody to catch up to Slime at this point.
Absolutely. They are really extending the lead at the top of the competition. Of course, here on Sanhok, we still have 8 more teams to consider, and their points, not the most inspiring haul here. Solo Esports and Desert Flame only being able to accrue 4 between themselves. Mad Knights grabbing 3, Trinity Graving gaining 2. But BBC, as Proxy, they fulfilled the curse. It keeps happening day in, day out. You do really well on Sanhok, you're going to flop on, or you do really well on Erangel rather, you're going to flop on Sanhok. But why? Why do you think this keeps happening? And especially given that it keeps happening, it's worse when we hit the semifinals/final stage. Beforehand, it was at least, you could still get a top 6 finish. But pretty much since the day we started the semifinals, it was one or the other. You do well on Erangel or you do well on Sanhok, but very rarely both at once. Why is that the case that this dynamic exists here in this finals weekend?
I feel like it might be a case of just managing that... I don't want to say ego, but it's, for the better word, it's managing that, confidence you have. Okay, well, after that amazing performance on Erangel, surely we're going to do the same on Sanhok, right? Surely that momentum is going to carry us through. And that might, just brood in terms of maybe underestimating your opponents, maybe overestimating your opponents, making small mistakes that land you in positions that you just can't quite get out of. I'm not saying that BBC were egotistical whatsoever. That's not the case. It also comes down to RNG, and Sanhok is a pretty crazy map when it comes to RNG because third-party central, it's tough. It really is. But... yeah, it's the momentum they carry through. I guess just the curse coming through, the stress. We know it's semi-finals weekend. We know they need to do well. I mean, after such a showing, jumping from last all the way up into 8th, 9th place, they kind of were hoping they would do that on Sanhok. But either way, they need to shake this off and come back for the next map.
They certainly do. Miramar will be coming up soon, and that'll be their next opportunity to try and get as many points as humanly possible. For now, as we look at the overall rankings after match number 6, at the official halfway mark of the finals weekend, Slime 4KT, the first team to breach triple digits, and I'm pretty sure it might be the last team to do so today, unless something miraculous happens between Team Unique and Mad Knights, or even Lag and Zero Tolerance Skills. I'm loving the fact that it's so wonderfully grouped together, but Slime is just so far ahead. So we're going to ignore them for now. We'll talk about them in a little bit. There are these squads that are underneath here where things are still extremely tight, right? This is very scary to me, DK, because we've seen on Miramar, we're speaking about RNG right now. Depending on where you're positioned on the map after your drop, you can find yourself easily be one of the first squads taken out, which means no placement points, no eliminations either. And on a map like Miramar, that also means that here, this kind of points tally, if you don't get anything out of Miramar, it really destabilizes your team. You start feeling more sullen. Things just seem worse for you overall. And if you're one of these squads on the first page that doesn't get something out of Miramar, I'm pretty sure you might be consigned back to the second page all over again, just given how chaotic every placement is underneath first place.
I mean, the contention is definitely there, but I want to point out something though, right? Team Unique sitting on 56 points in second place after only 5 matches, not 6.
Yeah.
Only 5.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of potential under the belt for Team Unique, right? They are a force to be reckoned with. Yes, okay, fine. The team above them are, well, double the points away. It's going to be quite a bit of a chase. But if there's one team that could potentially maybe bring it through, I'd be putting my money to some extent on the players from Team Unique, seeing that they've been able to achieve exactly what the team below them was, but with one less match being played. And if we look onto the second page, it's still very, very contentious, right? Any success through the remainder of the games could be shuffling this up quite a bit. I'd even go as far as to say that anything below the top 4 could still change drastically. Anything aside from that, I think the teams situated at the top are going to try and keep the tensions as high as they can, but there's still a lot of hope for BBC, for Underrated, for Rilla, EFX, Chaos Kings, Blackjack. We just saw them step up, bring in those 8 eliminations, right? So there is hope, but they now just need to materialize that. They need to bring it into reality and just push for the remainder of the
Yep, I mean, Blackjack Esports is a squad that we've seen drop a 30 bomb here in the 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming. If they were to do so again, that would immediately catapult them not just onto the first page, but in contention for those top 4 slots you were mentioning. So they can certainly do it. We've seen Chaos Kings do the same thing. There are other squads that haven't yet been able to really pull out those gargantuan performances, but we know they have the quality within them to be able to do so. And with still several games left, there's several opportunities to be able to get yourself into that particular scenario. Sadly though, as Team Nzimbi continues to experience just heartbreak, losses, pain and suffering, everything is just not going in their way. We're at the halfway mark and they have yet to broach double digits in total points. Across 6 matches, this is devastating, not just for their placement overall, but team morale must be at an all-time low, I can imagine right now.
Yeah, I mean, what do you take into the game here? You're like, okay, cool, we have 9 points. The team right at the top has 114. We have 6 maps. We have 6 maps to try and catch up to that. It's tough. Like, I can't even begin to imagine what you must be going through at this point in time. But the only advice we can give you is to shake it off and to forget about it and to play your best game. Because there's a reason you find yourself in the top 16. There's a reason you are here playing in the finals in the first place. You have what it takes. Just show it to us and maybe show it to yourselves as well, just to remind you that there's a reason that you are here in the first place. So hopefully they can shake it off, because I have no other advice for them.
This is one of those moments where you're really hoping that Team Nzimbi is actually not looking at the leaderboard and just treating each game as an individual showcase for themselves. We'll be seeing, though, whether or not they have the mental fortitude to bring that kind of attitude into our 3rd map of the evening, or if this is going to represent the final place that they're going to be resting at the end of the finals weekend. Of course, this is the halfway mark of this weekend, so we still have more games to go. So we're going to take a short break, and when we return, Miramar is up, more PUBG Mobile action is happening, and the continuation of finals weekend here on the Umzansi Esports League. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with some more hype. We'll see you in a minute. Welcome back, one and all, here to the finals weekend of Season 5 of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming. We are officially halfway through the PUBG Mobile Finals, and now we're going to be entering the all-important second half of affairs to see who gets closer to that #1 slot. After we finish Sanhok, it's looking like it's going to be a Slime 4KT evening, just like last night, but there are still 2 more maps this evening to try and see who else can upend their prospects of just walking away with this competition. My name is Sne. I'm going to be joined by S-Proxy and DK. DK, let's start with you, my G. Tell me something very interesting here. You got a very correct call on the Dark Horse squad of Team Lag doing well on Sanhok. On Miramar, obviously this requires a different suite of skills. Which team do you think is best positioned to be able to do well here? And remember, no Slime 4KT. We're forgetting they exist for now.
Yes, aside from them, I'd have to go with Desert Flame, right? There's a team that I know really proficient when it comes to Miramar. We've not enough of that yesterday. I want to see them doubling down on that, especially moving into today's Miramar. So I'm going to put my money on the Desert Flame.
Do you share this conviction, S-Proxy, given that Desert Flame Esports in the semifinals were one of the few squads to actually beat out Slime 4KT to a winner-winner chicken dinner when they were in a close situation? Do you have that same kind of conviction in their talents?
It's more so I have a lot of conviction in terms of building the IGL for Desert Flame. His experience on Miramar is where he started. He has Miramar experience. So yeah, Desert Flame up there.
Let's see if Desert Flame can ignite this lobby up right now, or if it's just going to be Slime 4KT slithering to yet another victory. We'll be finding out with S-Proxy and DK on the mic. And so, here on the penultimate day, for the last time, take it away from Miramar, and I'll talk to you after the game.
Thank you so much, Snare. Yes, as we move into the dusty dunes of Miramar, we look to see what the teams have to work with as we look down onto the beautiful flight path. It is going to be a little bit more on towards that southern edge. But this is where I'm quite excited for this, right? Because this is going to be throwing a spanner in the works for a lot of the teams with regards to their positioning moving into this match. So I'm expecting a little bit of an upset to come through.
Yeah, look, it's going to be a little bit of a difficult situation for the teams who really, you know, enjoy, let's say, that Hacienda del Patron areas, or maybe even towards Crater Fields. It's not like it's impossible for them to get there, but they are going to have to focus a little bit more on terms of just dropping early, getting a vehicle, and making that trip through, wasting potentially precious time for looting, you know, especially. I mean, what are some of the teams that you are thinking about right now that are saying, man, this flight path, why are you like this? What are some of the teams that come to mind?
Well, what I would look at that is I would probably lean towards the players coming through from Chaos, and I would go with zero tolerance on this one as well, right? I'm expecting something exciting to happen on that front. Just looking at where they've kind of dropped, moving through, I'm expecting. I just got this feeling that there's something up their sleeve. Something's about to happen. What that is, I don't know. But I just got this. My senses are tingling.
Yeah, just an idea. You know, you've got that DK sense. We should coin it at some point. I don't think we actually have a word for your DK sense.
No,
your
not
DK
yet.
predictions. It's not like Patchy predictions, who are like 98% of the time.
No. He
right,
says it's
but not
100.
right.
He says it's 100.
No. Patchy's been saying he's got 100% prediction rate, but it's always a case of he changes his answer just before we end so that it's right. So no, that's not a prediction. Like I accept when I'm incorrect. I accept when I try to curse, and I thankfully don't. Come on, it's just how you have to be. But I mean, taking a look at this, if we can say that, okay, cool, we are waiting for Desert Flames to take this Miramar, my focus is going to be, okay, what is Slime 4KT bringing to that party? Because I'm sure they're tired of giving up Miramar. They've already had such a beautiful start to today. Why end it here?
Well, I mean, all be revealed once we see how the teams look to play this one out, right? For the time being, it is going to be the teams just going about their looting business, looking for a few potential gains to be had here and there. And speaking about gains, 5 could actually find a little bit of a cheeky play, but they need to be careful because we can see there's someone just behind them, and that could bring in a bit of a surprise. But I'm still to see a team really make it super challenging for Slime to continue with the momentum that they've been building up. And the problem with the team having so much success as Slime has been having so far in these finals is once they reach a point, they become somewhat well, I dare say untouchable, right? Because it's at that point where it's not that likely for anyone to really catch up to them anymore. So the teams are still in a position where they could put a little bit of a stop to that, but it's going to require a lot of focus and aggression towards the players from Slime, right? And Slime is one of those teams where if you're going to try and rush them, you need to be super, super confident and 100% sure that that is the plan and the approach that you want to take. Because if there's any moment or any glimmer of hesitation, it's going to be more eliminations for Slime.
Absolutely. Again, and we brought this example when we were taking a look at that push from Apex, right? That 4-2 push. I mean, any on paper, it had to be an Apex win. But that moment of hesitation, that moment of, again, just peeking out too early or giving them an angle that they could work with or an opportunity to reload, that was the end. And Slime 4KT, they thrive in those situations where their backs are against the wall and they have to make a play, or that's it, that's it for them. So this is going to be an interesting one. We're going to take a look and see if they can, again, bring back that success, or if we'll finally be seeing some sort of an end or answer to Slime 4KT, because that's what I'm waiting for. What is the answer to Slime 4KT at this point in time? You have any ideas?
No. No idea. I mean, I'd probably say like a bit of a bait and switch or something, but looking at their current positioning up into its Chumasera, it's going to be quite difficult to lure them into anything. Right, they only got to be moving when they want to move, and you can't really fault that play whatsoever. So there is going to be quite a bit of a challenge, and the teams will need to get quite creative if they're looking to put a stop to that. But as we look across the zone, across the map, at what the teams are currently doing, it seems like it's a little bit more of a calculated approach coming through. We got the players here from Solo looking to push through from that western edge of zone. Going to be opting for a little bit more of a southern positioning moving in. We've got Desert Flame, of course, just situated over towards the east. We've got Falak now coming in with a little bit of a hot pursuit, but a quick response coming through from Playboy. So I'm liking the awareness being shown here. But it needs to amount to something, right? What that's going to be, I don't know yet.
None of us know, honestly, but I really just want to see a little bit more from, teams like Solo Esports, Team FX, who've constantly been staying active, jumping into those engagements, and they look good. Like, they've been dealing with the pressure pretty well. I mean, compared to the teams that are sitting, at the top of the logs, they almost look like they've got a one-up on those teams. So, with that logic in mind, you're like, okay, well, then you should deserve that position, but then they need to translate that with placement points, with those final moments in terms of just trying to take this a little bit further, I would hope. But yeah, it's going to be a tough time, I think, for any of the other teams that are at least not staying as active as they are.
Yeah, well, all will be revealed in due time. And in the meantime, we are seeing the players from Desert Flame creeping pretty close to the players from Blackjack, just situated up in towards that Los Leones region. And as we know by now, Los Leones is kind of the position for Blackjack. This is where they drop down. They are very comfortable moving themselves in and around this area. But for the time being, there's not a lot of opportunities really being presented to them. As we now look at Zane, we can't really see much happening on that mini-map, right? The only way that we know that there's someone in the vicinity is when we jump to Reverb and we can see Flacco and the rest of the squad now looking to roll in. And this could be a little bit of an opportunity now for Reverb and Blackjack to try and lock in a few more eliminations and maybe put a bit of a a clamp on the players from Desert Flame. As we know, Desert Flame, a team that performs quite well and are quite confident when it comes to Miramar, but we've not really seen that from them so far just yet in the grand finals.
I had to correct myself earlier. It's not Buden that's the IGL, it's Flacco. So sorry for that. My bad. Quick mix up. But either way, I mean, Desert Flame, a team synonymous with the name Miramar, right? This is a team that we expect on Miramar. They're the ones to sort of set the pacing, to set the way that this game should be played. So hopefully the change-up comes through here and we see them rising to the top, because again, I want to see them further up on those rankings. I believe they're one of the teams that can really catch up to Slime 4KT alongside the others we've already mentioned at this point in time. We just haven't quite seen that same sorry for the pun, fiery performance coming through from Desert Flame tonight.
Yeah, I don't know if maybe something got snuffed. I don't know. But we'll have to wait as we now jump a little bit closer to the action, right? The players here from Underrated, pretty close to Apex. We've got Mad Knight moving in from that southern position towards them. So there's something on the brew. And we also see the zone taking a hard shift over to the east. Now centered up towards Impala. Now that it's a zone that we don't really see happening all too often. But I'm quite curious to see what the next shift is going to bring. Will it continue east, or is it going to revert back over in towards Los Leones? Because if it does, that's going to be the kind of shift that Blackjack and Desert Flame need to try and capitalize on this phase. But instead, it centers up over onto Impala. And I mean, yeah, I'm not quite sure how I feel about that. It's going to be a glorious position, though, looking at the players coming through from Underrated, right? They are right on the edge of Impala, and we can see Clutch God also just off in the distance.
Oh, it's going to be a spicy opportunity here, because if they can get in at the right moment, if they can just find that angle that they need... Okay, never mind, we'll talk about that later. But Zimbi coming through, and unfortunately getting a little bit punished here by Zero Tolerance, as immediately one goes down, and now potentially the second, maybe a bit of a return here from Dark Ghost, but it's that just immediate rush through. And I mean, thankfully, I was going to say, if Zero Tolerance got away with that unpunished, it's not looking good for Nzimbi.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's actually unique, right? So as we can see, Phoenix now just holding up that position. Wizard just trying to get a bit of a lay of the land here. As we can see, the rest of the unique squad now pushing on forward. It's going to be Hainsley and Co. looking to bring in a few strategies here. But I like this from Chiro, right? Just quicking up the nade, already hearing those footsteps coming through. But unfortunately, that nade not being sent in the right direction. Instead, it's going to bounce off the tree. But Nzimbi in a position where they could actually look to drive through for a few more of those eliminations, right? As we were looking at the stats not too long ago, they've only been able to secure, I believe that was 3 eliminations in total. So whatever else they can find is going to be absolutely amazing for them. Not quite sure whether or not Wizard will get it, but they do. And it is going to be Nzimbi now clutching 4 eliminations in one go.
Oh, I love this. I love this. Look, I don't love this for Team Unique, because I feel like they're constantly the team that we see getting taken out by these, teams that are trying to make a beautiful push. I don't know what's happening to Unique. I'm very sorry, but thank you as well for your sacrifice, because in Nzimbi, taking these 4 eliminations, not only does it mean they found themselves some double-digit points here at DK, but this is an opportunity for them to build even further, because now they're sitting a few measly points away from the team right above them, which is Trinity Gaming, who are only on 20. I mean, they're sitting, quick maths now, on 13 points. 7 more points, placements, maybe elimination here or 2. They can make a good jump here.
Yeah. I mean, they're obviously not going to be able to catch, our pole position team at this point in time.
That's not how
but
math works.
we want to see those efforts being brought in, and I'm loving this approach coming through from Nzimbi. They're stepping up, and they are just wanting to showcase that they are a team that belongs in the Umzansi League, right? That's the kind of play that we need to see. Team just stepping up, just shining, and now looking to continue with that momentum. But they are going to be put to the test, right? Because Rilla Insider is no easy feat to go up against. So I'm expecting a little bit of a back and forth between both these teams.
Absolutely. I mean, here, Real Insiders, they smell that blood. They're looking for that third-party opportunity. Oh, and Shiro coming through with a beautiful return, just a reply to Real Insiders saying, listen, okay, fine, you can get involved, but you're going to have to deal with this. Nade straight to the face, and a quick return from Trip to do the exact same to Dark Ghost here. I mean, at this point, numbers are starting to dwindle here for Nzimbi.
Yeah, but they still have 2 players in contention here, so it's by all means not done just yet. It is going to be Dark Ghost to take a little bit of a knock with regards to that health. Ooh, there comes the confirmation as Berserk actually steals that hit from the clutches of Rilla. And that is what we love to see, but it is going to be a very contentious position now as we got the players from Chaos and Lag rotating in from the north. So not only will there be pressure coming through from Rilla Insider, but those 2 other teams I mentioned just now, and it is going to be up to Wizard to see whether or not they can make the dreams come true. The beautiful bounce though coming in, but maybe that distraction from the teams rushing in from the north could be what they're looking for, as Wizard now gets traded down, and it all now turns to Chiro.
Oh, and sure, I mean, at this point, it's not, maybe just a rotate, just get out of there. We need to get some more placement points in here for Nzimbi. So staying alive right now just has to be the focus, at least. at least you can try, because really insiders are looking for that full-on assault. The rush is going to come through to get that final confirmation, potentially. But, this is a very quick turnaround here for Nzimbi. We're just singing their praises, and all of a sudden they are being hunted down.
Well, I mean, they are getting hunted by Reliance Cider, which is quite a formidable team, as we can see that, eventuality playing out as well. So that is going to be Nzimbi getting sent back in 15th. At least they walk away with more eliminations in one game than they came into, right? So, GG to them. I haven't said that in ages, but GG, well done. I mean, that is very well deserved. But speaking about deserving, it is going to be the players from Chaos Kings now just rushing through the zone, just blazing their way on in. Rilla trying to pick up a few of those trades. We did, in the meantime, also see the players from Zero Tolerance and BBC getting into a bit of an altercation. But look at Zeke just popping off, getting the hit up into the vehicle. Devo is going to come flying on out. And this could be that opportunity now for Rilla and potentially even Lag to just push in and, just try and close things up a little bit. Already, Lag, Berserk, jumping at the opportunity.
I mean, either team would be very happy to be the cleanup crew in this scenario, get those eliminations and move on forward into the zone, as they need to make quite a bit of a rotation here from the northern side that they find themselves in, a little bit closer to the zone that's just between Los Leones and Impala right now, and a lot of contention in terms of that rotation, because we do see a few more teams towards that northern side just teetering around. For now, it's just underrated, but Lag have been the first team from this trio of Chaos to make their step into the zone, and really Inside is still sticking around to just find a little bit of something, do some damage, maybe find an elimination or two. So a little bit more of a slower approach for them, but if it turns out and it works out, they've really laid a fantastic foundation.
Yeah, foundation is going to be key, but as we speak about that, we jump over to the players here from Trinity, trying to now secure position on this southeastern edge of the zone. BBC in front, Falak already getting taken down, but Kratos and Sunny now just trying to keep their distance, right? As we can see, a really substantial performance coming in on that southern edge, but the fight will continue up north as Devo is able to bounce back from that, sling out of the vehicle, and now just looks to pop in a few more hits. They get taken down by the blue zone, but Mercy still in the swing of things as we jump back over to Trinity Gaming, trying to lock in those positions. Kratos trying to just get a quick reposition there as well. But as fate has it, it is going to be Slime 4KT also now moving in from that southern edge.
Oh, moving on into the action here, but it is just tough dealings all around this map. Chaos Kings, of course, going out. One of the teams we were looking at for this trio of Chaos moving through from the northern side. And really, Inside is not looking too great either, with Slay out in the blue zone, busy bleeding out and being confirmed there by the blue zone. So, yeah, it was a bit of a tough rotate for some of the teams involved. But again, Lag, first team to make a step into that northern part of the zone. And they're looking pretty comfortable for the time being. The other teams, on the other hand, still have to make that rotation to the southern side. I mean, Slime 4KT, just a perfect example, holding the southern part of the zone and just waiting for these rotations. And first comes Trinity Gaming. So, bam, into the crosshair.
Yeah, it is an unfortunate turn of events, but it is going to be Slime now stepping up, blowing vehicles to smithereens as Myth experiences that firsthand. Zinc now just off in the distance, trying to make a bit of a play, trying to keep the team still in contention. But that is going to be the last hopeful now, as the players from Slime continue their advances, trying to catch up to zone. But on the edge of the south, we can see the players here from Blackjack and Desert Flame trying to keep up a bit of a gatekeep. Of course, they are going at each other's throats, but this could be an opportunity to lay waste to the players there from Slime as they move forward. Of course, Buden going to be sending out a great nade on towards Zane, but I'm hoping that the distractions off in the distance could be sufficient enough for both these teams to focus their efforts towards Slime coming in on that southern edge.
I mean, I saw Trinity Gaming making a little bit of a return there. I saw Flexi actually going down, which would be one of the first. But I mean, with that confirmation, we know exactly what happened there. And Slime 4KT, they get the turnaround. And what I'm looking for here now is Desert Flame. Okay, there's an opportunity here. Maybe a little bit push forward, get a few, eliminations. Kratos, the lone wolf from BBC out in the open. And I mean, of course, Sixgod should be able to smell that out. It's just about finding that angle. But I mean, they got all four of their players. They have an opportunity here to get a few eliminations, and I would hope they do, because just look at this southern band of teams. I mean, I would be stressing in my boots right now, DK. I don't know about you.
Yeah, I'd have a few holes in my chair at this point in time, but it is going to be up to Desert Flame now to keep the contention up as they look to defend the position in the southern edge. They are, of course, getting rushed by several teams, and the situation up north has turned to quite a relaxing position at this point in time. But Maestro going to be sneaking around. They can hear the footsteps coming through there from Slime. And this could be that opportunity to strike now for Desert Flame, as we already see a bit of pressure coming through. BBC Kratos now getting taken down, but not before finding a few knocks. And as fate has it, right, it is going to be up to 5s for Slime. And Fexi now keeping up the defensive line. Up comes the trade. Desert Flame steps up to the plate. Now the races have come through just up ahead. But this could be still the play now for Desert Flame to make and just drive those nails in. Oh, there we go. Slime has been taken out. It is going to be Solo and EFX to lend a bit of a helping hand.
Yes, DK, this is what we've been waiting for. So Slime 4KT, they're no longer a threat in this Miramar. Not only is that a fact, I mean, wow, going down in 10th place, but of course, Solo and FX also jumping in with the helping hand to make that happen. Once again, the two teams we've been highlighting, staying active, finding opportunities, and now, not only have they turned their attention to the second and third team on the over ranking to take a look at taking them out, but now we'll go for the top dogs. FX now and Solo have found each other. Desert Flame have an opportunity to just reset and wait for this contention between Blackjack Esports. This is looking like a potential, at least somewhat shake-up. Again, not enough to topple Slime 4KT, but maybe just a catch-up here.
It restores faith in the capabilities of all these other teams, right? We know that they are capable. Otherwise, why would they be here, right? But now they get to restore the faith in themselves because they were just capable of taking out the team at the top of the list that was doubling down on their points ahead of the opposition. And as we can see, that results in quite a bit of fighting now erupting all over the place as the players from Desert Flame are yet to secure themselves moving into that zone. It is going to be Blackjack rushing straight into the hands of Apex, but Solo, EFX, we pointed out before, getting into a little bit of an altercation. We got Pyro, Sully, and Mercury now just waiting to see where this position is going to go. We got Nico just a little bit further up north, and that could be quite a bit of a saving position, but it all depends on how Solo Esports now looks to push on forward. As you can see already, a lot of utilities have been sent out, but no one really stepping up with those weapons, just locking those scopes in and just dialing it in. And of course, that is going to change in a moment, as we can see the utilities finding a little bit of damage, but Sully trying to make a little bit of an improvement with that vehicle's position.
Oh, trying to rotate it around while Pyro are just taking shots after shots after shots. Nico is making some sort of an effort here, but it's not what Solo Esports is focusing on. The flanks coming through from the other teams who are looking to third party this. So now it's just down to Solo and FX who's going to be taking out who first, and it has to be quick with these rotations coming in.
Yeah, Solo having a little bit of divided attention here, but it does seem like the majority of the efforts are focused onto the players there from Solo Esports. You can see the shots now connecting up in close succession. It's going to be Yuji Boy to get taken down next, and with that it turns to Alternix, looking to see if they can keep the hopes and dreams of Solo alive. It is going to be a very contentious play to secure, but EFX also looking somewhat wounded as we have only Mercury and Sully left to defend their honor on this eastern edge. Underrated still in the play there, right? Paraboy could get up at any point and just sneak a few shots through, but I don't know if Paraboy is feeling too confident at this point in time. I mean, there's still 8 teams left, so there's 21 other players to worry about, so I can't really blame Paraboy for, maybe just keeping it a little bit more passive at this point.
Absolutely, and what's worrying me now is Desert Flame and the idea of them going against Blackjack Esports. We are waiting for Blackjack to make a massive stand up against those rankings, and unfortunately the team that they have to go through to make that a success here on Miramar is Desert Flame Esports, who we believe is the team to really focus on for this Miramar win. But we'll have to wait and see how that turns out. Desert Flame, they've already taken down MG. They're just looking for a little bit more here.
Yeah, and Alternix trying to put up a bit of a defensive play on the edge, but it is going to be EFX to come sweeping on through. Now there's the Flame feeling the pressure as they look to jump in on Blackjack, but we've got Apex swinging in as well. So this is going to be Blackjack now getting caught in a very uncomfortable pincer position here. So you can see Zay now trying to keep the defenses strong on that northern position, but up comes the sneaky play. There's the Flame, still all 4 players in this match. They've got 4 eliminations locked in. Desert Flame could still make magic happen here, but it is going to be Blackjack to feel that happen, as it is beautiful knock coming in one after the other. Of course, Apex get eliminated, but let's see where this next play is going to be going. Blackjack not out of the mix just yet, but Desert Flame trying to line up those hits now.
I mean, they're also just trying to recover some of those HP bars, sitting quite crazily in the red at the moment, while Stickscott is just keeping their head on a swivel, just ready for another quick, crispy transfer. But Blackjack Esports will be confirmed out thanks to the helping hand of Mad Nature. And once again, we turn our attention here to the zone. We've got not only FX, we've got Desert Flame Esports, but of course we've got Mad Knight all in this final zone together, looking for that first opportunity to take the win.
Well, this is going to be Desert Flame's position to try and utilize now. They've got the elevated angles. They've got a beautiful line of sight down onto the other 2 teams ahead of them. But EFX is going to be drawing a little bit of their attention, right? But that could be opening up play coming through for Mad Knight, as we already see them trying to push in from the north, just getting themselves up close and personal and within reach of not only the utilities, but obviously the sprays to come in from that point as well. But I'm liking the awareness being shown here by Desert Flame, trying to spread themselves out, trying to bring in as much coverage as they can muster. And it is going to be Ammo Winnow to come under fire as 6 tries to keep up a bit of a retaliation, but Tyson drives it through. Down they go. And this could be the opening now for Mad Knight, who already are on 10 eliminations.
Oh, just moving it on forward, and a beautiful nade just to capitalize off of the absolute amazing push coming through here from Amawin, who's just looking for that confirmation. And now all down to Flacco, who has to just sit idly by and hope and try and survive in between the sandwich of Mad Knight and Effects. I don't know what you can do, DK.
I mean, there's not much hope, but up comes Flacco, tries to find it, finds the knock, down they go, and Flacco gets taken down as Tyson steps on in with that Tommy gun, just laying waste and picking up the trades. But as we can see, EFX still in contention. They still have 3 of their players up. It's going to be Pyro, Mercury, and Sully looking to just bring in some form of security. We've got Tyson and Ammo Win situated right behind them. It is going to be Beast actually to duck out of the zone, moving to the very edge. Not quite sure what the plan on that approach is, but it is going to be up to Mercury and the rest of the players now from EFX to see what they can make of this position. Ammo Win taking a little bit of damage. This could be Mercury just locked into a golden angle. The Beast up ahead. That M249 just ripping it up at the range, proving to be a little bit of a challenge. Closer range, it does not matter. So the shots connect on through. Sully and Pyro just reaching on in. Ammo went super low on that health bar. But this could be on the books now for Sully and Pyro, as they have still a very great position to hold.
Off of the back of a crazy flank attempt here from Mercury, and now that jump onto Amawin, that means it's down to the Beast here. The only solo here from Mad Knight to try and recover the situation, but against Sully, against Pyro, who are holding a fantastic angle and line of sight to the position that they have to rotate out of. With the Tommy gun right on top, DK, this is going to be an onslaught.
Yeah, well, Sully, Pyro, good angles moving in now, trying to get the wraps in on the Beast. And the Beast now just hunkering down behind that boulder, as we can see up ahead. A lot of strafing comes in. Pyro gets knocked on down. Sully now trying to jump at the opportunity. But looking at what Beast had just done, he's coming in with a bit of a bolt here. I'm assuming he might have run out of ammo. And this is not the way that you want to close it up. But if the Beast succeeds, this would be an absolutely insane way to get it done. Finds the first hit. Will he get the next? Will he be able to close it up? Up to the rush. He needs to reload. And that could be the opening for Sully to come rushing on forward. Tries to pull a bit of a drop play.
You're kidding me. You are absolutely kidding me. This was a clutch of a lifetime, not only managing to get into the position where it was a 1v1, but you jump in with a bolt clutch. I'm gonna lose it.
I mean, that was insane, right? Not only did Mad Knight close off the game with a bolt action shot, right? It was also 17 eliminations on top of that.
This is insane.
Mad Knight, I'm glad that this particular round ended around a car, because Beast was clutching it out like our boss. That was amazing to watch. I was convinced, y'all were convinced that it was going to be Team EFX getting the winner chicken dinner, but unfortunately, nobody gave Beast the memo as he comes through with that boss clutch, comes with the kills, finding the way to get on top. 32 points being grabbed up by the Mad Knights. I believe that will represent the highest points tally thus far in the finals of the Umzansi Esports League Season 5 here for PUBG Mobile. But what a performance. Mad Knights, I'll be honest, when we got down to the final 3 DK, I'm seeing Desert Flame Esports, right? I'm seeing Team EFX. I'm seeing awful positioning from Mad Knights. They're deep in the valley. They're surrounded on all sides. I'm like, well, it's a wrap. It's going to be one of these squads. Either DK is going to be right about Desert Flame or EFX is going to come up clutch, show us something amazing. This was not a result I anticipated, but how on earth did he pull that off? Please, explain.
Oh, it was great. Look, I will say this. It was really bad timing in terms of the pincer that FX were trying to make. I mean, peeking one by one, that gave exactly the timing that they needed to make that bolt. Okay, listen, the bolt part, don't even ask me how that happened. But just to make it possible to get into a 1v1 scenario, it was that hesitation.
Yeah. But DK, how did that happen? Because normally we have these scenarios where once you get to the very end, right, this is where your clutching comes out. This is where the zenith of all what you've been doing on the map is really shown. In this situation, EFX were incredible pretty much until those last 30 seconds. As was just mentioning there, a very odd pincer maneuver, very interesting way to come in. Sully pushing on the one side, but not necessarily coordinating. What happened? Why did their focus drop when it mattered most at the very end?
I cannot tell you, right? We can only guesstimate, but I gotta say, I mean, the Beast just stays true to their name. That is an insane way. Clutching it out with a bolt action, right? That the odds of that happening, it's insane. It is absolutely insane. I can't even count the amount of zeros there needs to be after the comma to eventually get to a number that makes sense, right? It is so unfathomable. And I have to say, if there was ever the most insane clutch play that I've seen come through in the grand finals of any season of Umzansi, it was this one.
Yeah. I mean, on the one side, it's one thing if you're bolting versus, well, the other team doesn't have ammo, they're out of ordnance, etc. No, they had what they needed. They had what they needed, the correct guns for the situation. He was just like, today I think I have the correct clutch for this one. Mad Knights now with this win. It's not just a win for Mad Knights. It's not just them getting 32 points here. It's also them getting 32 points in a lobby where Slime 4KT does not occupy any of the pole positions, are not at the top of the leaderboard. Sadly, Sexy Fexies run at the top of the MVP. Well, I'm actually not sure about that one, so we'll see in a second. But this is going to really help them a lot. Before this, Mad Knight was that squad that was 37 points behind the side there of Slime 4KT. They've certainly narrowed that gap after this performance here, looking like they're much cleaner than they were beforehand. How much did they have before? It was 56, 32. So they are on 88 points right now. One more good map, and they might actually be able to properly catch up to Slime 4KT.
Okay, but no one saw this coming. Again, it had to take something absolutely crazy. And you mentioned it. It had to take something actually stupidly crazy from either Mad Knight or I believe it was one of the other teams like Desert Flame to make it actually actionable to catch up to Slime 4KT. Not only did we see them go out, but we saw Mad Knight picking up a 30-pointer game. And listen, Fexy, you know what? I'm pretty sure they can't be mad losing an MVP to the Beast after a performance like that one.
Yeah. What's crazy to me is that at least half of these elims come at the very end of the game here. The Beast surviving until the very last moment. He's the one that clutches it out for Mad Knights, and it certainly is a step-up performance from them. However, this is what we know these squads are capable of here. That's why they made it all the way to the finals of the Umzansi Esports League to begin with. And all of those top 5 squads right now have had performances like this in the past. I think it's only maybe Team Unique that hasn't yet dropped the 30 bomb throughout the entire course of the Umzansi Esports League. But Mad Knight has done so several times. We've seen, of course, Slime 4KT do it. And with this performance, this feels like, you know, DK, you know when you're watching any kind of competitive enterprise and somebody pulls out that one performance that you can just feel something's changed. Like the air is different now. Where now it's suddenly, oh, wait a second. We aren't just here to come second. No. Now we actually have the capability to go to the very top of the mountain. And after a game like this, not only is it great morale for the side of Mad Knights, it's also going to be good for them to realize that Slime 4KT, as we've been mentioning, are not immortal. They're not invincible. They can bleed, and we can make them bleed, in fact.
Yeah, all that's required is an absolutely insane clutch with a bolt action, right? That was the only thing we didn't say. That was the only thing we left out. So you got to give credit to the beast. I mean, I could even see the viewers in the chat are just losing their mind. And I cannot blame them because that was the kind of performance we needed to just change the dynamics coming in. And as we are going to be heading into those match results, we are going to be seeing the very well-deserved performance from Mad Knight and what it takes to bring in upsets, right? We were talking about upsets, and a 32-pointer, that is an upset of note.
Crazy.
Absolutely. Not only is it an upset, it's also an upset that takes away so many points from the squads around them, putting them in a much better position. But it's not just them that pulled off an upset here. Team EFX, who, by all accounts, if not for the Beast clutching this out amazingly, it would have been them enjoying their first winner chicken dinner here in the Umzansi Esports League. It would have been them at the very top of this particular leaderboard. Well, maybe not given the eliminations. However, because of how cracked the Beast was, that's just going to be denied to them. But it's still going to be a great day at the office here. Is they started the day bottom of the table. They had decent performances here or there. They were a little bit more consistent once we came onto Sanhok. Here on Miramar, though, this top 2 finish, this is showing that this Team EFX team, although they came into this sort of under the radar, a little bit of an underdog, they probably have to stop being considered as such, because whenever they are, they just quietly and creepily find themselves getting into these very strong positions, and before you know it, here they are with 19 points.
Yeah, look, I really am curious to see what that first page is going to be looking like, because the fact is, FX, you know, as you mentioned, on that second page, they had 30 points after that last game. I mean, adding another 19 to that, I feel like we could be seeing them shooting up all the way to the top 8, and it's because they've been building it. You know, as you mentioned, some consistent performance. You know, they were sort of teasing us the whole time with this performance, and then coming through with that second place finish. Oh man, I feel like whatever, you know, placement they're going to be getting here potentially on the first page, if my math is right, they very well deserve it, because they have been pushing the limit today.
They absolutely have been, and that's going to allow them to get a very good positioning on the points, especially here for Miramar. Here on the second page, though, things do not look nearly as nice. What a switch up here, DK. Going from everybody getting double digits, some people getting 32 points in Mad Knights, to only seeing 4 for Team Lag, 3 for BBC, especially BBC, who started the day so strong. And yet again, the Erangel curse, my friend. Map 1 Erangel. I'm telling you, you actually don't want to win Map 1 Erangel. For some reason, whenever you do, the rest of your night is just a wash. It sucks. It's terrible. BBC have one more Erangel map that we still have to go, but do they have enough left in the tank to be able to perform on that one, given the knocks to their morale that they've suffered both on Miramar and on Sanhok?
Well, I mean, they are the big black crocodiles, right? So I kind of expect that they are playing true to their name. So they're going to be waiting in, you know, just in the shallow water. And that could have been Sanhok and Miramar. And maybe we could see them just looking to resurface again, just coming up with that absolutely insane play, similar to what we had coming through from Mad Knight. I think to 100% replicate Mad Knight it's not something I deem very likely, but there is a chance that we could have that return to glory coming through from BBC, stepping into our final Erangel. I know statistically we have not seen any teams really do that, but as we saw today, right? The teams possess the capabilities to break our statistics in half. Maybe just shatter them to pieces.
I mean, I'm pretty sure if I'd asked either of you earlier today, what happens if one person has a bolt and he's surrounded by 2 people that have M2 and the M249 as well as a Tommy gun? What happens? 0% chance either of you say that person clutches it out, but yet here we are. Sadly, though, as we also have to talk about this Team Unique squad. As we look at the overall rankings, they only got 1 point for themselves here coming out of Miramar, which is really bad for them. Not only is it bad for them because, well, we're not getting as many points as we wanted, but earlier in the day, they were the team that was looking like they had the potential to maybe find themselves contesting Slime 4KT. DK mentioned it earlier. They had 1 game played less than everybody else, so that means that technically they were punching much higher in the weight class than anybody else, getting more points per game in general. That has not remained true on Miramar. This is going to have a drastic impact on where their standings are. And of course, this also tends to have a big impact on their confidence, because going from starting the day in okay, we're top 3. Well, now we're top 4. Well, everybody else who we would normally be competing with or just dominating in the lobby is now ascendant or around us in skill and quality. this cannot feel good for a team like Team Unique. Even for that matter, Zero Tolerance Skills. Both of these squads were top 4 before we started the day, and now they've been bumped out of it. What do? You're the coach right now. How do you get them back into a mentality that doesn't allow them to be like, oh crap, guys, we're washed today. We actually have to pick this up.
Most unqualified coach ever. But moving on. Look, I do feel like I've been seeing Team Unique constantly finding themselves in some really awkward positions today. I mean, not just on Miramar, but on Erangel as well. We had that little altercation with, I believe, Solo Esports or Team... I think actually it was Solo Esports. There towards the buildings. They somehow got out of it, and then they got re-caught again, just trying to make those rotations. So what I'm seeing here again is they're finding themselves being pincered or focused, not only by one or two teams, not only one team, but also two teams when they're trying to make those rotations out. So either they're making too late of a rotation and they're not getting out, the heck out of dodge when they really should be to make sure that they don't fall into that sandwich situation, or they're really just unlucky. Honestly, that is a big possibility because that just seems to continuously happen to them. And just positioning is faltering them today.
Absolutely. Luck is a trainable skill, and given how important luck and RNG is in this game, certainly it's been falling not in favor of Team Unique, but there's still one more map where they can try and turn their fortunes around, and they are still sitting on 57 points. I don't think you'll be too upset if you find yourself only walking away with $765 if things were to end as they stand right now. Of course, Desert Flame Esports is a team that was rising up. DK, yet again, correct. You seem to actually have perfect predictions for third place. You got Team Lag correct in the previous map. Now you got Desert Flame Esports. So a good job on you. I'm sure there's some squads that are like, don't curse us, please. Keep it away from us. Here on the second page, though, things look markedly different. These are the squads that need to find some kind of look in. However, what is intriguing is that outside of this, maybe bottom 3 squads, I would say, we might even include the bottom 6, actually, but pretty much from 11th position onwards, if you can drop one Mad Knight's performance, cool. You're clean and clear. You'll actually find yourself nicely in the top 6 even already. So it's still not out of the woods just yet for any of the squads at the top. They still need to compete very well. I want to talk about the Solo Esports squad, though. I will admit they've been very frustrating to watch today. Their movements look good. Their ideas look great. But the execution just isn't there, DK. Why? What happened? This is a Solo Esports that we know for a fact, when on their day, can contest and execute with the best in the business. Why hasn't that been able to translate into the finals weekend here in the Umzansi Esports League?
I mean, it's difficult to really get down to the crux of it because there could be so many factors playing into that. It could be the fact that we are seeing other teams just stepping up so phenomenally, and it's making it a little bit more challenging for the players from Solo to find that good rhythm. I wouldn't really lean towards that because I don't agree with what I just said on that one, but I think it's just down to Solo just looking to find that extra little bit of that extra little bit of spice, that particular thing that makes them uniquely them, right? They just need to identify what that particular thing is. Should that be a rotational strategy? Should that be the balance of aggression with positioning? They need to just find what that one particular thing is and focus on exploring that even more so, because I believe once the teams get kind of in tune with their own kind of flavor, their own kind of style, the way that they approach these games, and they stick to their guns, that's when we see them really flourish. And that is why a performance like we saw come through from Mad Knight was so amazing, because Mad Knight just went, they just clicked, and that just blew out into 17 eliminations alongside a winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, certainly Mad Knights did something amazing today, but the advice is well subscribed. Buttress and shore up your strengths and try to figure out how to play around your weaknesses. We'll be hoping that all of these squads will be paying attention so that once we enter the final map of the evening, Erangel Part 2, they can deploy all of these strengths to the maximum and make it as entertaining a map as this Miramar was. We are now starting and deep into the second half of the finals weekend, and we have one more map for the evening. So we're going to give the teams a little bit of time to get ready, get into the lobby, and prepare for the final showdown. In the meantime, we're going to be taking a small break, so you at home, make sure that you are following at Nodwin Gaming Africa so that you're abreast and aware of all the happenings here in the Umzansi Esports League Season 5. With that, myself, Snare, with DK and S-Proxy will be taking a break. When we return, the finale of the evening, so you do not want to miss it, and we'll see you very shortly. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Umzansi Esports League. The 5th season is wrapping up right now with the final 2 days of action. This is the penultimate day of a 10-week-long journey to try and figure out who is the best squad in PUBG Mobile within the continent. As it stands right now, though, we've come from an incredibly exciting Miramar matchup, and now we're going back to Old Faithful. It's Erangel Part 2. Are we going to be getting any more surprises? I hope so, given how impactful and action-packed Miramar was. Of course, the way it looks right now, we need to see exactly how the point structure is going to get shaken up before we get into this final map of the day. DK, I'm going to start with you. I just want a name. Give me the team that's going to take down Slime4KT on Erangel.
Ooh. Well, I've got a lot of faith in Mad Knight, right? They looked pretty exciting over on Miramar, so let's hope that they can pull that momentum over into Erangel.
All right, Mad Knight, I want to see them do another performance like what they just did on Miramar. How do you feel about this? Will they be able to do so? But also, will we see BBC be able to reclaim the glory they had on Erangel Part 1 here on Part 2 to close out the evening?
Look, if they get that prime position again, I definitely think they can make it happen. They really had some good firepower, towards the end of that first Erangel. As for, whether or not Mad Knight is going to be taking out Slime4KT, I mean, based on the performance we just saw with the Bolty, just give, Beast a car and we'll be fine. Maybe it will happen.
Give Beast a bolt. Actually, give him a bolt and impossible odds. And then it's guaranteed that Mad Knights will be able to clutch this one out. We'll find out, though, if they can do so again, if BBC can rise once more, or if Slime4KT have now been jostled enough that they will reassert their dominance in the lobby once again. We'll be finding out, of course, with S-Proxy and DK. So for the final time here on the penultimate day of the Umzansi Esports League, take it away. I'll talk to you after the game.
There we go. So I think this is going to be a super exciting match to see here.
Oof.
Oh, there's so much riding on this match, right? As we've seen the teams really trying to shake things up. We've got the top end of that second page looking so close to the first page. I mean, there's only from 11th place to 7th place, there's only a difference of 8 points. That's the difference. So the difference between teams sitting in the top 3 on the second page, jumping into that first page, is going to come down to this last match of the day. So I'm expecting a lot to come through. And of course, looking at the flight path that we've got, it's a very decent flight path. The teams being able to access the majority of this match, of the map rather, and they'll be able to get themselves situated and spread out. But I think that the kicker is going to be that zone, and well, there we go, right? What more do we need with the zone in this final game?
I mean, the zone, the map, the flight path, Erangel is just literally offering anything and everything up to these teams to make sure that they give their best performance on this last map of the evening, on the second last day of the finals. So I hope that they, just grab the bull by the horns here and give us some absolutely phenomenal performances here. We were talking about a little bit off camera about some crazy upsets that we could, imagine that could be even crazier than Mad Knight. And we were thinking, okay, well, maybe some of the teams on the second page just grabbing another 36 bomb. I mean, at this point in time, I would welcome it with open arms because I'm still so shocked about what happened on Miramar that I'm just, it's fine. Just continue.
Yeah. I mean, talking about shocks, right? If the chat is going to be any indication, we see a lot of people saying that they want Team Inzimbi to get the winner chicken dinner. I'm not going to shy away from that. I think that would actually be quite an interesting turn of events. Yes, I mean, what could be more surprising than what we've already seen happen just today? So
yeah, no, absolutely.
Is that going to be an impossibility? I don't think so. It's just going to take a lot of work from Inzimbi to ensure that. But, sure, why not? Go ahead, be my guest. Looking at their position, they could make something happen from that. And they've also been able to evade a lot of, potential altercations heading in their directions. They were able to evade the players there from Zero Tolerance. We can see Unique situated right there alongside them. But it's all going to come down to how badly Team Inzimbi wants to get that winner chicken dinner.
And look, on top of that, get a 30 points a game. Not just the winner chicken dinner. Let's get some crazy elimination numbers as well. And then that will shock me more than what Beast did. Because honestly, that was disgusting. Anyway, moving on. looking at the flight path, right, we've already said it's absolutely synonymous with just giving the teams as much options as they possibly can. So everyone's sitting quite happily. We can see a beautiful spread out coming through from these teams and a very respectful spread out, which is what I want to highlight. I mean, this is the first drop that I'm seeing tonight where we're not seeing those immediate, like, ooh, contentious spot here, ooh, contentious spot here, ooh, contentious spot here. You know, teams are not on top of each other. This is the most respectful drop I think we've seen this entire night.
Yeah, the team's trying to get some leg room, right? I mean, they were tired of flying through in economy class. They all upgraded to business class as the plane made its way across, and then we can see that result of playing out as the teams have dropped down. There's a lot of space, and I think this is quite good for the teams because it gives them that opportunity to just gather themselves before starting to move further in towards the zone itself. But looking at the current positionings, we can see, of course, the players from Mad Knight's position smack dab center zone up in towards Pachinki, with the players from Rilla Insider now also just exploring their own options a little bit further. But the players here from Solo, a team that we've been seeing showing some potential today. I want to see them also now just, kind of solidified it a little bit more. I want to see that focus playing out in favor of Team Solo because they are currently sitting in 10th place with 42 points. I want to see them try and push, maybe get into that first page.
Especially because we've been grouping them with FX, who have already made that huge jump from the second page all the way up into that first page, currently sitting beautifully in that 7th position, right? So they've already made the massive leap, and we keep putting Solo and FX pretty much in the same sentence. I mean, they were the teams that took out Slime 4KT in the first place, that made all of this madness happen. So if we're putting them on the same level, we expect the same kind of performance, and we know Solo Esports have what it takes. And like Snare was, stating, it's incredibly frustrating because you know what these teams are capable of, and they constantly seem like they're just on the cusp of a DK, and then just those last couple of seconds, and it falls off.
I mean, well, the peace and tranquility is going to be short-lived if I'm looking at the map at the moment. Because we can see all the teams now pretty much starting to mobilize. We've got Apex on the way. We've got Blackjack moving up. We've got the team in Zimby. We've got Desert Flame. We've got Lag. We've got Rilla Insider. We've got EFX. I mean, pick a number. That team is pretty much just about to either get themselves mobilized or they've already been mobilized. And they are seeming to head much closer in towards the zone. So I'm thinking we're going to be sitting with a very congested center zone. Just looking at where these rotations are heading. I might be entirely wrong. Teams could just be looking to get themselves situated on the edge of zone. But I think it could be leaning towards quite an action-packed zone coming through.
Absolutely. I mean, considering that the teams have just basically been given everything that they wanted on a platter, I would imagine that they're feeling a little bit more confident to start with these engagements. Now with that center rotation as well, we obviously see a lot more opportunities for teams to jump into the action quite quickly, especially if they were some of the teams that set up first, find themselves dead center and they're just sitting and waiting, perusing the horizon, waiting for a couple of free pot shots, essentially. Mad Knights. I mean, what can we say about matching to this game? Because if they have a phenomenal game, we might finally have an answer to Slime 4KT.
Yeah, we could. We could definitely have an answer to Slime, but this would also then make for a Mad Knight, right? And this is where the name's going to play right into that one because
come on.
Yeah, I mean that's the fitting name.
It's fair.
Yeah, what more could we
crazy.
ask for?
It would.
It would just drive my bad jokes to the next level. But of course, this is no joking matter. We've got so many teams heading up. Lag also getting very close. We can see them pulling up just on that western edge of Pachinki. Rilla Insider also trying to kind of get themselves established on that southern edge. So I think it's going to be just a matter of time before the snowball really gets going. And it's going to be an absolute insane play, as we already have the players there from Desert Flame also now pulling up to the party. And I mean, I've got my hat on. You can't see it, but trust me, it's on. I'm waiting to see who's going to be the one to kick it off.
Ooh, I'm also just loving the fact that Desert Flame is pulling up on Mad Knights. Maybe looking to get a little bit of revenge because Mad Knight took their Miramar away from them, so a little bit of return on the investment here. all 4 players of Desert Flame up in the building here with Ice Savage now desperately looking for that peak. Smoke's going to be popped out, and Ice Savage looking to try a daring escape out of this one so that the rest of the Mad Knight squad can actually get into a better position here to just help out their teammates. And oh, Beast, hello, that's a name we recognize, jumping on in with a beautiful nade.
Yep, and of course the aggression just getting dialed up to the next level as Maestro is down, but this is quite still a favorable play coming through for Desert Flame, right? They have the numbers advantage, and they could look to close it out, but with Tyson now rushing on forward, it could be meaning that there's going to be a little bit of a shift in the dynamic coming through. Tyson and the Beast, doesn't seem like Beast is currently holding a bolty, so all would be fair at this point. But it is going to be a full save coming through now from the rest of the Mad Knight team as they're looking for these angles. Aberwin finds it down onto Wood 6, and it is just absolute carnage erupting right here in the compound.
You didn't run, Flacco, run, just try and put back the damage that's been dealt. Mad Knight looking so good for the recovery. Flacco on the pressure line now, and it's only down to Buden to try and recover the situation. Beautiful shot into Tyson. But still, a player remains lurking in the shadows for Mad Knight. It's Ice Savage, the first player under pressure in this entire situation. And with that confirmation, thankfully coming through in favor of Mad Knight. And look at this from Solar Esports.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good news for Mad Knight, but such bizarre news for Desert Flame. I mean, that was the opportunity for them to take on, the team currently in second place as a team sitting in fifth place. That was a great opportunity.
Yeah, it is going to be that mass convergence of teams now moving into that center zone play. It is going to be Solo, the next one's up. Now, looking to see if they can maybe find a bit of a trade up alongside Mad Knight. And I'm loving the spread, though. We can see Yuji Boy just being positioned further up north with that vehicle. And the rest of the squad actually now just almost full setting it, but this could be that play now for Yuji Boy. Lets it rip, finds 2 of the players. Wow, that DP28 just doing its thing. And just hitting pinpoints. There is, of course, a quick reposition, trying to lock in that quick confirmation as well. And there we go. Yuji Boy gets 2. It is up to Amawin and the Beast, but this could be in the back for Solo. Team in Zimbi coming up from the north, but this is going to be a full send. As Solo now looks to apply the pressure. They have tasted blood. They want to lock it in, but look at the trade. The Beast, no danger to the pressure here. Just steps it up there with the AK. But let's see what Amawin and the Beast could look to pull off. Could they get yet another insane clutch?
Oh, this would be another one for the books. A 2v3, potentially a 2v4. Solo's trying to get the res, make that a 1-on-3. And of course, that nade coming in is going to mean that Mad Knight, unfortunately, will not be making the great escape this evening and toppling Slimefork AT on the overall leaderboard. But it was an absolutely fantastic, defense coming through from them. I mean, first they had to deal with Desert Flame. They immediately had to jump into Solar Esports, and they held on for an incredibly long time. So, wow. But Solar Esports, they are potentially, they're going to finally give us that answer. That they're going to answer Snare's frustrations of this evening.
Well, as we've seen before, right, no team is invincible, and we've got such a contentious lobby with the teams continuously trying to step things up, really looking to shake these tables into a different shape. And Solo have been doing amazing things, not only in this match, but, so far through the grand finals itself, right? And I don't think they are in a position where they actually... I don't think 10th place is a deserving position for them. I need to see them, get a little bit further up. And coming in with this strategy, that is exactly what we're going to be having. Solar Esports are looking absolutely phenomenal from this point forward. But speaking about things looking on the up and up, right? We are going to be looking up and up to that zone as it's taken another shift, heading a little bit further in towards the northeastern side. And as we can see up on Potato Hill, it is going to be the players from Apex now looking to plant their flag and just lock it in, at least for the time being.
Oh, that would be the hope and answer here, potentially. I mean, Apex, again, they had that one moment of hesitation, and I think it's been biting them in the back for the rest of this evening. They could have taken Slimefork AT out earlier, but again, opportunities come lying in wait. This is the fifth last map that they will be playing throughout this finals weekend. I want to see a little bit more from them because they had some phenomenal showings onto one Sanhok. and I want to make it happen here. I want to see it further on this last Erangel of the day. Are you seeing what's happening in that elimination feed?
Yep.
Eh.
It is. It's a little bit of carnage, right? The players there from Team Nzimbi now feeling the pressure come through. Zero Tolerance is moving in alongside them, but I mean the whole situation on the map is looking pretty grim. We've got such a convergence of teams coming through on that southern edge because the players here from Rilla Inside are also right up in that hot mess, trying to maybe find a few of those eliminations, a few trades along the way. But I think that at this point in time, it's going to come down to a first come, first serve. The first team to get themselves situated and just let it rip. I mean, there's so many potential angles to be taken here. I just expect a lot of devastation.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look at it now, oof, rotations coming on through Apex, just spotting out the next potential victims there. And again, opportunities lying in wait. I can't even stress this further. I just want to see a different team coming through from tonight, making it up to the top, and maybe toppling Slime 4KT in terms of just a match ranking performance here. And looking at it now, Slime 4KT, they're already starting with a little bit of carnage. They're already starting with a little bit of action. And actually, lag. I feel like we need more from lag tonight. I don't know about you, DK. I feel like we've been missing out on some performances from them.
Yeah, maybe they've just been lagging behind a little bit, right? We don't really know. I mean, they could at any point look to step it up and just go absolutely guns blazing, rolling through this game. But currently, the position we see coming through here from Apex up on Potato Hill, this could be quite a favorable angle for them to hold. Meanwhile, the players there from Solo are going to be looking to apply the pressure onto lag. So, I mean, speak of them, and we find them on the screen. 1-9 and Berserk now just trying to keep those defensive lines locked in. It is going to be Soldier Boy and the rest of the players there from Solo to get knocked right on down. And once more, it will be Playboy left to try and defend the honor of the team. Chaos Kings, meanwhile, will be taking a few considerable hits as we have the players here from BBC now trying to come in with a bit of a bounce. But let's see where they're going to be going. Sunny now looking to push in. And, oh, this could be the play to be had now for BBC.
Again, this is what we mentioned, just prime positioning coming through here for BBC. And once again, we see them here towards the southern part of the zone. And I feel like there's an opportunity lying in wait here. Yes, for now, they are, pretty much alone by the fate of the minimap, but looking on the larger scale of things, there's quite a few rotations coming in. But if they can set themselves up in such a way that they can not only contain the chaos coming through, but pick off a couple more eliminations and once again build a beautiful foundation into the rest of the game, I think we could be seeing another BBC win. But Solo Esports, they're not out for the count just yet.
Yeah, not out just yet. Playboy's still going to keep the pressure up. Unfortunately, they were able to get a few of those, those vulnerabilities patched up, as we could see. YouTube Boy also now just on the off angle there, but up comes Nico flying on through. Unfortunately, not really on the cards for them to get those hits just yet. But let's see where the teams go, right? Because we still have several teams left to try and make their positions known as they move forward into that zone. As Playboy now gets straight on down, BBC still want to be a team to be feared as they roll in on that southeastern side, finding a great opportunity onto Solo, but that's far from the end.
No, absolutely. I mean, we've still got 13 teams in the action here, all vying for an opportunity to get that winner chicken dinner. And again, all of them well deserving of the fact. I mean, they've been putting in the work. Unfortunately, Underrated Esports, obviously, not going to be joining that party, at least for this map. But for the rest of the teams, I mean, I'm looking towards Blackjack Esports, finding themselves so close to center zone right now. And we've been waiting for a Blackjack win. We've been waiting for a crazy Blackjack performance. And of course, BBC looking to replicate their performance from the first Erangel. They're going to have to go through Solo Esports first.
Yeah, I mean, we can't really guarantee anything at this point in time, but BBC is still looking pretty strong. Even though we just saw Sunny getting taken on down, they are still having some pretty decent positions to try and make use of. But it is going to be Rilla inside and now rushing on forward. Kratos now just opting into the vehicle, just trying to stay hidden as a Matrix. Also just opts for a few push-ups. Up comes the rush, the play. Beautiful strat coming through here from Kratos. But now it is going to be Matrix to get traded down. Also opting for that vehicle play, but it's not going to work out in their favor. Instead, now we can see Kratos just capitalizing on that quickly, trying to recover a little bit of health, while the rest of the squad now rotates in for assistance. Rilla Insider down to 2. Zeke, Slay are trying to hold up their front here. But unfortunately, I don't know if that's going to be on the cards for them just yet. Of course, that will all be revealed soon. But BBC looking to kind of patch up these holes.
Oh, I'm loving this. This is just so reminiscent of that first performance on Erangel. And again, it's looking good. I don't want to jinx it. I really don't want to jinx it. But moving on to Rilla Insiders, let's focus on something else right now. Kratos got a nice little bit of a shot there on towards Slay. And taking a look at the rest of the teams moving on in, I mean, I'm looking at Solo Esports and I'm looking at Apex as the first sort of obstacles, not only either for Rilla Insiders or BBC, should they finish this, contention. It's just timing. I want them to finish this now and get a move on.
Well, I mean, you were asking for something, and BBC stepped up, right? They just pulled it in. But now, as we look onto the players here from Trinity, right, we see them situated on that eastern side. They've got EFX and Slime positioned just ahead of them. But I'm liking the approach coming through here from Mercy, just really trying to play it from within cover, not really putting themselves in a vulnerable position, exposing themselves too much. So, great play coming in, finding that knock. But I think this could be the opportunity for Trinity now to look to rotate and position themselves a little bit closer to that zone. Seeing that we have still quite a large number of teams remaining, right? We are still sitting on 10 teams, 32 players up. And with Team Unique now rotating up just ahead of them, it could be that saving play now for Trinity.
Oh, absolutely. Just a little bit of opportunity, just a little bit of a space. That's what any of these teams are looking for. Oh, and once again, Mercy just keeping a keen eye on FX's position right now. Just one little pixel that sticks out, and that could mean a potential knock or even an elimination that they could confirm here. Moving on forward, once again, Solo Esports still in this contention now. And once again, we mentioned it, BBC straight into another fight. This time, of course, up against Solo. This is going to be a tough battle for them to get out of here. Oh, nice.
I don't know who's the sucker for punishment right here, but BBC and Solo not stopping anytime soon. It is going to be Team Nzimbi to get taken down next. But here we go, right? As we can see, the team's starting to really rake in quite a heavy amount of eliminations. As we were looking at the players there from Solo just a few moments ago, they've already been able to acquire quite a few. BBC also looking quite decent here, as we could see at least a minimum of 4 eliminations for the squad. But Apex not trying to step in. They've not yet had any luck so far with regards to those eliminations. And this could be the opportunity, but they are adopting that 2-2 split. As we can see Professor holding the front line there alongside Kage. But look at BBC now rushing straight up into Solo, looking to clear it out. There we go. The first hit connects up. The second one connects up. Up comes the hit onto Sunny and Kratos. And down they go for luck. Also about to find themselves in a bit of trouble. But first, they deal with Solo, taking them down and securing at least a few more eliminations. 7 teams now remain, and Slime also get taken out.
Oh my goodness. Now this is the chaos that we were waiting for. Slime out once again in a similar position means that these teams that we're seeing on the scoreboard, that we're seeing on the screens right now, they have an opportunity once again to close some of that gap. Just getting a little bit closer here, adding a little bit of extra pressure here for Slime 4KT. Not crazy amounts, they're not going to get toppled, but any bit is going to help here. Now, Zero Tolerance unfortunately going to be taken out, but I mean, who do we have still in the running? We've got Blackjack, we've got a Fix, we've got Team Apex that we were talking about showing us a little bit more, and of course, we've got BBC, Trinity Gaming, the list goes on. Massive opportunities to be going around here, as well as Team Unique, who we mentioned, they got a little bit bullied in Miramar, so a little bit of revenge coming back here onto the second Erangel.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking to see what Unique is planning to bring on through, right? As we know, they're also a team pretty well situated with regards to the overall standing. So there could be a nice little sneak surprise up for them as well, as we do have them sitting up in 4th place. And this performance could put them ahead of the players coming through from LAC. But we do see the players there from EFX now opting for a bit of a rush. And they are getting caught up in the crossfire as the teams in the vicinity are just letting it rip. Sunny now also falling down. And it turns to Falak for BBC to keep the contention going. Apex just trying to capitalize on their position coming in from the elevated angles. But BBC now trying to deal with the threats as EFX get eliminated. We can see the players there from Trinity advancing forward. Mirth now coming under fire. And still, Blackjack in a potential play where they could try and secure themselves a run for that winner chicken dinner, but it is a very costly position. We can see Phoenix now getting confirmed up, and it is all down to MG and Zane at this point.
Oh, I don't even know about this. I mean, the position that they have to deal with, they are, I mean, for lack of a better word, they're absolutely sandwiched. Looking at all of the teams that they have to manage, and in one little millisecond of a mistake, just one false decision that's going to land you in a position like FX found themselves smack bam in the middle of all of the teams, just firing absolutely bullets at you. So for Blackjack here, it's going to come down to these decisions. And what's really scary, DK, is that Apex still have all 4 of their players. And right now, I would say they have majority of the real estate of the zone.
Oh yes, I mean they've started to just expand their current position, trying to lock in as many angles as they can. But as we can see a little bit more towards this eastern side, right, it is still such a contentious position. We got Team Unique, we got the players there from Trinity, who also now have to pack their bags and head on back. Well, down to 4 we go, right? So let's adjust that. Is BBC down to that southern edge, still Apex, Blackjack, and of course the players coming through from Unique, but it's not been decided just yet. Well, however, the knock has connected into Zane, and it all now boils down to Reverb to keep the hopes of Blackjack alive.
I feel like you're just caster cursing one team after the other. Like, oh, let's calm down here. Okay, I'm not going to focus on the team you just did. I'm focusing on Unique right now, feeling the pressure thanks to both Apex and, of course, the lovely, lovely players here from Unique BBC. I mean, take a pick at this point in time. Anyone can really get involved, and you're so also finding BBC for luck going down. Somebody's still alive, but for how long as Professor is moving up? Apex, they are looking so active, so confident in this final zone with the other 3 teams that they have to contend with, that I would be looking at them, but we've seen crazier things happen, so we just have to keep an open mind as we move into the later phases.
Yeah, the Square of Despair just swapped out for a Triangle of Doom as we now look at Apex. 5 eliminations strong, and they've picked up all those eliminations moving into this next phase, or actually coming into the 7th, and with that, it is going to be Sadi to get taken down. It is Blackjack in contention alongside Apex, getting ready to fight it out for that winner chicken. And a beautiful spray coming through there from Zane. 1 down, 3 more to go. Reverb and Zane now just trying to bounce back as best they can, looking to just get themselves scattered throughout the zone. We've got Andrew, Kage, and Professor. Professor is going to be a little bit of a threat there. I'm expecting the same thing to come through there from Andrew. But also don't discount Kage just yet, as now we can see Zane trying to find that angle, trying to find that lineup, but is now forcing them to just get down on their knees and just snake on through as Zane also gets picked up, and it all turns down to Reverb, who's trying to take an altercation with Andrew, but they get spotted out, and the nades are going to come in full send now.
I feel like you've said this has to come down to Reverb like 5 times in the matter of a couple of seconds. Once again, Reverb in the hot seat here, up against 3. And the options are slimming down as the blue juice comes on in, and just in a matter of seconds, we have the confirmation. Apex, they heard your cries, they heard my cries. They are coming through with a performance like that to add to the tally.
Absolutely glorious, glorious play. And I mean, what a way to close it off, right? 1,474 damage being dealt, 22 points secured alongside 7 eliminations. This is the kind of play that we needed to see come through from Apex, because they were sitting in that 8th position for the longest time. And I think this kind of play is going to do some very favorable things. It will definitely advance them pretty high up the overall standings.
It's certainly going to advance them very high up. Team Apex finally pulling up right now. In one of the previous maps, we saw them make a push onto Slime 4KT, come close to even taking them out of the lobby. It didn't work out for them there. We were concerned about their execution going forward, but it looks like they heard our cries, they've heard our pleas for more, and they've come and delivered here on Erangel Part 2. Brilliant performance from them with these 22 points. Obviously going to be getting the winner chicken dinner as well. But the thing I really want to talk about though is the fact that once we got down to the very end of this game, all of the squads that were involved there, it was only really Team Unique that was there being like, okay, we're in a position where one strong push here can get us really high up because, we had a bit of a weaker showing on prior maps. But everybody else that was in that last milieu are not one of the squads that were at the very top 3, at the apex, pun intended, of what the competition has been looking like so far. Isn't it wonderful to end the penultimate day where every other squad finally fulfills the thing we've been talking about all night? The fact that it legitimately is anybody's lobby. Any one of these squads could step up. All of them are here for a reason. And here on Erangel Part 2, we finally get a showcase of that.
Absolutely. I mean, this is what we've been waiting for, as you mentioned, and we've been waiting for a little bit of an answer to Slime 4KT, and I feel like the rest of the teams have finally painted that target smack bam on Slime 4KT's back, and they are looking to make sure that they're not going to be a problem tomorrow. I just would hope that they continue this momentum tomorrow, because if they do give Slime 4KT just a bit of an inch to continue that performance that they started with today, then I don't see anyone toppling Slime 4KT. But if we continue on this trend, we might have that contention for that first spot.
Yep, I mean, she's right, DK. 2 back-to-back maps where Slime 4KT do not find themselves in the top 5 placing teams. But more importantly, 2 back-to-back maps where we see several squads who are on the outs, climbing higher and higher. Team Apex winning this one out after being more consistent on prior maps. EFX still remaining consistent throughout the day. Unique sort of coming back for a little bit of a redemption arc on this particular map. But it's very intriguing to me that the deeper we go into this, the level of PUBG Mobile is increasing, which normally once we get into these high pressure scenarios, that's when you expect people to crumble, people fall apart. But in these do or die situations, we see who can really swim, and it turns out that we have a lobby full of Michael Phelpses here for this one.
I mean, it's no surprise, but it's just really comforting to see the teams shaking it up this much, right? It is an insane performance, and I mean, we were looking at what could be the crux to take down a team like Slime. And as I said before, it's going to take that focus from the lobby to try and, to combine the efforts. We've not really been seeing exactly that sort of events happening, but what we've been seeing is the teams really jumping at the opportunity. Once they realize that they are in an engagement with the players from Slime, they focus all their efforts on ensuring that it does not go past that point, right? They want to end it right there and stop the advances of Slime. And I think that kind of approach could be very successful for the majority of the teams moving into the final few matches.
I mean, it's finally shown success against Slime here on Miramar and on Erangel Part 2. So certainly this is the way to go about it if you do want to be dealing with the squad that has collected triple digits already. Still kind of shocks me to think about. Let's take a look at the MVP for this one. Of course, Team Apex did come away with the winner chicken dinner at the end. I wonder if they'll also get the MVP vote. Nope, that's not going to be the case. Here is Sunny from the side of BBC. I mean, as I'm imagining that a large bulk of these eliminations did come from that final, I don't even want to call it like third party. It was like a disco, honestly, with how many teams were just swarming each other in one area. And I imagine that's where Sunny was like, yes, this is where I'm going to get these shots out.
Oh, absolutely. It was a rave, it was a disco, it was just chaos. And yeah, BBC, they were pretty good just in terms of like finding those opportunities, similar to what FX does in just picking off those final moments. Just it's like that last little hit that they need to get through into any sort of opportunity, and they make it work. And I am a little bit sad that they didn't replicate that, Erangel win, but either way, we had phenomenal performances, like you said, from teams that we haven't really had an opportunity to focus on tonight. So I think just the fact is there is a momentum train coming through, and it has started, and it needs to continue to tomorrow, and then we will have an absolutely bang-on finish for Season 5.
Absolutely. I mean, there's only 4 maps remaining right now, so today has to be the final day where you're tweaking and getting new plans in place, because tomorrow you have to unleash everything from the word go. Of course, BBC found themselves with the winner chicken dinner earlier on Erangel Part 1, and here on Erangel Part 2, 6 eliminated, decent outlay of points. They did find themselves in the final milieu of teams involved in that large raves disco, so they'll not be too sad by their performance here today, although I would still like to see more of them, especially on Sanhok and Miramar, where they've really struggled over the last couple of days. Of course, though, they aren't the only squads that will be very happy by the performance that they were able to achieve here. Another squad I want to talk about, we're going to see them when we get to their match rankings, but it's another squad that, DK, I even stopped asking you about them, because I kept asking you, when are they going to come up? When are they going to come up? Then it's like, well, it's never going to happen. Trinity Gaming, thank God, showing us why they're here, showing us why they are deserving of this top 16 slot. And With that kind of performance from them, getting into a very good position, what do you think? Was this a fluke scenario coming in from them, or is it also them beginning to find their own feet and having the train of momentum finally going in their favor?
I'll have to stick with the latter, right? I definitely can see the improvements coming through from the teams. I mean, you were asking the same question about BBC before we came into this match,
Facts.
right? And we saw the result of that. I mean, BBC went sunny side up. There it is. So is that on the cards for the other teams? I believe so. All they got to do is just look to focus on achieving that. I mean, as we've said this time and time and time again, the teams that are here possess the capability to do exactly that. We can see Blackjack securing themselves 14 points, right? Not getting the craziest amount of eliminations, but they got a strong amount of points. They are looking to just step up the game. The same can be said coming through there for the players of Team Unique. BBC going a little bit cracked with those double-digit eliminations. As I said, right, the big black crocodile was lurking in the shallow water, waiting for the opportunity to pounce, and that is exactly what they did.
They pounced and they were able to get themselves 20 points off the back of this one. They got an MVP vote as well, which definitely does count for something. Team Apex at the very top here, coming in from Erangel Part 2 with 22. Unique, Blackjack tied up on 14 apiece. This solo esports squad, though, their performance was quite interesting to me. Is they got a huge amount of eliminations, 9 that they picked up there. 10 of their points, 9 of them came from eliminations, but only 1 placement point coming out of it. It's quite intriguing to me. It doesn't happen all that often that a team has that many eliminations, but also doesn't place highly. What do you think happened to have that kind of disparity take place here on this final map?
Well, that's the thing. They've been showing their proficiency in taking engagements, right? I mean, they started off with, like, gunning for the third and second team, and they were making it work. So we clearly saw, okay, great, this is a team that can really just thrive in engagements. But it once again is maybe spending a little bit too much time in that engagement, not getting a better, position, then finding yourselves in a crossfire. We've seen it happen with a lot of other teams. I'm spitballing here at this point in time as to what really is the cause for them, but I would imagine it's a positioning thing because they're falling short on placements. And the best way to fix your placement game is to get a better position and to get an early position in the zone, finding yourselves in a better place for the next round. So that's all I can speculate at this time, but hopefully they look back on the VODs for tonight and just keep that in mind for tomorrow.
Absolutely. Everybody's going to have to go and watch these VODs because nobody could have predicted these results. If your team lagged, you came third earlier in the day, here you are on 14th. You've won a map here in the finals, but you still couldn't do it on Erangel Part 2. Desert Flame Esports, one of the first squads eliminated, and they took on a very engaging and interesting fight against Mad Knights. After Mad Knights took that fight, I thought to myself, well, Mad Knights, here we go again. They're going to do another run back, but it just turned out not to be the case for them, unfortunately. Several other squads also not enjoying the greatest success here. Team EFX not getting much done, unfortunately, here on Erangel Part 2. But a squad that I literally don't think we've talked about at all, because that's just how, quote-unquote, missing they've been this evening, DK. Chaos Kings. What is going on, OG? What is happening here in the finals, especially today? They just haven't shown up at all. Is the connection lagging? Are they still waking up? What's the issue?
Je ne sais pas, right? I don't know. I mean, like it is sometimes a thing that we see happening. Teams being capable of performing quite well the one day, and then when we put them in the next day, it's a little bit shaky. So I'm not quite sure what is the result for this turn of events, or the cause to that rather. We know what the result is, but ideally, I'd just like to see them, just regaining that focus, right? This piecing whatever's missing back together again and just coming back tomorrow much stronger. Wow, I'm not Englishing today. But yes, that is essentially what it boils down to when I translate everything that I'm mumbling out here. But that's what it comes down to. They just need to come back much stronger and more focused into tomorrow's games.
I mean, the Chaos Kings have demonstrated that they can drop 30 bombs here in the Umzansi Esports League Season 5, so we need them to try and do so again. Of course, all of this is all about the overall rankings, because after the end of tomorrow, 4 more maps remain. The final 16, that order will be it and the end of the Umzansi Esports League Season 5. Right now, Slime4KT enjoying pole position at the very, very top. Mad Knights and Team Unique right behind them, but with some fairly steep disparities in between all of those squads. It still remains a really high uphill climb, 37 points between Slime and Mad Knights, another 20 between themselves and Team Unique, and then it starts to become interesting. Team Apex, Lag, Zero Tolerance Skills, pretty much just one match away from being able to unseat Team Unique in this third place. And then, of course, we have Desert Flame Esports and BBC coming in at the very tail end of our top 8 over here, both of them sitting on 56 points apiece. Desert Flame Esports starting to decline, though. They started the day in a much healthier position than they enjoy right now. Erstwhile, BBC started the day as lost, dead lost. They were at the very bottom, 7 points. Here they are in 8th with 56. If there's any squad between themselves and Team EFX, if there's any squads that could really make a strong case that this is the start of the momentum all the way to the top of the mountain, it would be teams like this that could make this drastic a change in this shorter time.
Yeah, my heart breaks for Team FX though, because for a moment they were on that first page, right? For a moment they were in that top 8, and unfortunately they've fallen down again with the changes that have come through from this previous game. But it's so close. It is so close that I feel like just that final push tomorrow, that final little bit of consistency could mean that they find themselves in the top 8, could mean that they're going to be celebrating with, the money in the back pockets. But it's just going to come down to holding consistency, making sure you don't make the same mistakes tomorrow, and just pushing for that final finish line.
Sometimes it is unfortunate, though, that the push towards having that momentum comes a little bit too late. Blackjack Esports, unfortunately, feeling the pressure of that. They're not too far off from being in the top 8, but given the performances around them, they also need to step it up. They managed to do so in the last couple of maps, but it's certainly not good enough just yet. Underneath them, we do have some other squads that have fallen down by the wayside. Trinity Gaming a little bit on the up, though, finally emerging from this 15th position. Team Nzimbi, very sadly, still at the bottom, and soon we're going to have to start calculating mathematically when it's no longer possible for them to climb out of it. Now, though, we need to take a look at these elimination leaders. We know who's going to be at the very top. We know what it is, and I think it's obviously a situation where we look at where the teams are positioned, DK, and you look at the amount of eliminations they have. Yeah, you can pretty much predict exactly what this is going to look like. The one surprise, though, is our boy Sunny. Sunny side up, like you mentioned. This was an amazing day of performance. I'm pretty sure if not for what happened in this last map, there's no way he's on this page, but getting to second place as a result of this, decent amount of damage as well. Not the longest average survivability time, but at the end of the day, you don't necessarily need to survive a long time as long as you get the job done for your squad.
I mean, we could say the same thing about Beast. Just give the man a bolty and the job's done, right? That's all you need. So it's looking pretty impressive at this point. Of course, as we know, Sexy Fexy brought in all those eliminations pretty much yesterday. So that is still pretty insane to think about. But it's good to see, things really starting to change up. Sunny stepping up, earning a very well-deserved position right there. So we saw that result being that coming from Sunny being the MVP in the last match. So it's showing the growth that the players are starting to experience, and it makes me super excited as to what we could be expecting moving into the final day.
The final day promises to be electric, especially if we get to see anybody who's on this page right now pull forth the performances that they were able to achieve today. Of course, Kage, through his efforts, Team Apex were able to grab a winner chicken dinner. The same is true for the Beast. The same is true for Sunny. And Sexy Fexy. Yo, just a quick note here is, right? About Sexy Fexy. I was doing some of the calculations every time we look at these elimination leaders, right? To try to figure out who's doing the most damage per minute that they're alive, right? So obviously we do have people like the Beast who fairly low survival time, fairly high damage. But even with that, right? Sexy Fexy has some of the highest average survival time and still the highest average damage per minute. It's just ridiculous. It is nuts. But today, the thing that did change is that on both maps where Slime4KT rather didn't do so well, Sexy Fexy was one of the first members eliminated from the squad. So will this keep happening? Is there anybody else that you saw that can maybe pick up the slack when Sexy Fexy is not in performing capability?
I do feel like the rest of the squad is just overall just fantastic in terms of the firepower that they bring to the screen or the stage. I just feel that Sexy Fexy has been jumping up ahead of the rest of the squad. The rest of the team, it's a coordinated effort because yes, Fexy has been grabbing those eliminations and just being absolutely crazy. Damage though, on the other hand, can also be attributed to the rest of the team finding those positions, giving them that space to make it happen. So in terms of like one single player stepping up to the plate, I feel like any of them can, but I don't know. Fexi just has set a new record in my opinion.
Sexy Fexy is really setting the standard right now here in the Umzansi Esports League finals for PUBG Mobile. Tomorrow, though, Sexy Fexy and the rest of the Slime 4KT crew will need to do so again, because as we saw, the gap between themselves and the rest of the pack is slowly but surely decreasing, and they do not have the same security they did when they began the day. Tomorrow will be the finals, the last day of this 5th season of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming. And once that day is finished, we will be crowning a champion for this 5th season. So you certainly do not want to miss that day, miss the final 4 maps, and miss these 16 teams competing for ultimate glory here in the Umzansi Esports League, the greatest showcase of African esports. With that, though, we are going to be closing it out for the evening. S-Proxy, DK, thank you so much for your efforts tonight, for your insights, and everybody at home, please go ahead and thank them on the socials. You'll see their handles right underneath them right now, at S-Proxy and at DKZA_gaming. And make sure as well that you are following at Nodwin Gaming Africa so that you are aware of everything that happens in the Umzansi Esports League Season 5 and beyond. Until tomorrow, until Championship Sunday, we will see you then. We're signing out. We love you. Have a good rest, and we'll see you tomorrow ready for the action. Good night, goodbye, and see you then.